The town of Farmington. Respecting history, planning the future.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Farmington Town Council meeting and ask you to join us to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and welcome, everyone. First on our agenda is a public hearing. Mrs. Ray, would you read that, please?
A public hearing will be held on May 23rd, 2017 at 7:05 p.m. in the Town Hall Council Chambers to consider the purchase of 440 and 8658 Plainville Avenue, owned by Robin E. Herman, trustee, and George Gravoski, approximately 13 acres, for a purchase price of $950,000, subject to receipt of an acceptable Phase 1 environmental site assessment report and subject to due diligence, including but not limited to title search. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 12th day of May 2017. Kathleen A. Egan, Town Manager.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll have the public hearing. You come up to the podium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Town Council. For the record, my name is Bill Wadsworth, 73 Red Oak Hill Road in Farmington, and I'm here on behalf of the Town of Farmington as a member of the Land Acquisition Committee. And I'm here to present for your consideration the purchase of 440 Plainville Avenue and Lot 8659 Plainville Avenue. Next slide. And just to get your orientation here, this is obviously the Town of Farmington. And the piece of property is in the western part of town. Sure this pointer works. Up in this area here. And a description of property, it's a, I'll do a blow up here. These are the two pieces of property in a residential neighborhood. To the north, there's R20 residential. To the south, there's R9 residential. To the east, there's R30 residential. And to the west, there's R9 residential. Access is off of Plainville Avenue, which is right through here. 440 Plainville Avenue is directly abuts Plainville Avenue. And lot 8658 is a woodland behind it with access off of Plainville Avenue. And also there's a paper road right here that is in between the two properties. The current owner is Robin Hermans, who's a trustee, and George Gravoski, who is represented by Peter Lawrence, a conservative. The size of 440 Plainville Avenue is 3.46 acres, and lot 8659 is 9.53 acres, for a total of about 13 acres. It is in an R20 zone. The land characteristics, 440 New Plainville Avenue is a meadow for the most part. There is some wetlands in the northeastern part, and 8659 is mostly woodland. Topography, the land is basically flat, and habitat, it certainly could act as a wildlife corridor, and it meets the requirements of item 1B of the land acquisition procedures as open space, which land has significant topographic, conservation, or wilderness value based on the characteristics of the land. The transaction history, it was placed on the land acquisition list in March of 2008, and it complies with item 5 of the Land Acquisition Committee procedure, and it was approved to be listed by the Conservation Commission. And it was in response to a letter by George Gravoski, and that was an indication that the owner would be willing to sell. There was a consensus by the Town Council to appraise the property, and it came in 2013 that the 3 acres was appraised at $300,000. We took out the house lot at that point in time at $100,000 per acre for raw land, and lot 8659 came in at, and the same appraisal date of August 1st, 2013, 9.53 acres for $762,000, or $82,000 an acre for raw land. There was a brief period of time in the delay of the transaction because the ownership of the property wasn't quite settled, but we did manage to get the representation of the second half of the ownership, and we re-engaged with them in March of this year, had our appraisals updated, and the 3 acres at that point in time came in with the same value of $300,000, and the house lot was excluded again at that point in time. Lot 58 was appraised at the same value of $762,000 for the 9.53 acres. We have no known information whether the owner ever did an appraisal on the property or not. So part of the justification for this is that this area of town is very, very dense. I mean, we have Lake Garden neighborhood, which is represented here, that has density of 5.3 people per acre. The South Unionville West District area has 2.7 people per acre, roughly half, with 23% of the town on open space included there. The town overall has 1.4 people per acre, with 17% of the town on open space. So there's a need in this area, especially for preservation of open space. There is development potential here, obviously. 440 Plainville Avenue could have 4 lots minimum, with an extension of Westmeath Lane, and lot 8658 Plainville Avenue could have 10 plus lots. And this is one parcel in town that I consider has a tremendous scenic view. There are 3 parcels in town that I point out tonight. One is the Hillstead Museum, with their land as you come off Route 4, or come onto Route 84. The other one is Bailey's Corner on Route 4. It's a scenic view that people drive by, appreciate the open space character of the town. And this one, especially over in the Unionville area, has that same kind of appeal. Negotiations went on, and we offered, as the town of Farmington, $950,000. That would include the entire parcel of 440 Plainville Avenue, which is 3.47 acres, and also includes lot 8659 of 9.53 for a total of 13 acres, and that came in at $73,077 per acre. Further considerations, we will attempt to submit this to a state of Connecticut grant program. We're not sure that one's going to be available, but certainly we'll get a phase 1 environmental study and a survey done on the land. So that's what the presentation is for you. The total cost of $950,000. Questions?
Okay. Thank you, Bill, for the presentation. Thanks, Liz. Tonight is a public hearing, excuse me, a public hearing on this property. What that means is we open it now to the public to comment on this property. This is the only thing that we will talk about now during this public comment. There will be a public comment shortly to talk about any other issues you'd like to, any that are on this agenda or anything else. But right now, the public comment is just about this property or the possibility of the council purchasing it at some point. Later on in our agenda, we have a motion that the council, if we so see fit, will send it to the TPZ. At that point, TPZ goes through the process of looking at the property and seeing, looking at it in with their respect with zoning. And then they have a chance to move it back to us. But right now, we are just looking for public comment on this property that is brought before us. We don't discuss it now either. So it's any public comment that you may have on this piece of property. Is there any public comment? And it's, okay. Yeah, you can come up. Come up, please. Then everybody can hear you. And we have a 5-minute limit on public comment, just so you know. And your name and address.
Yes, Bruce Chudwick, 9 Tall Timbers Drive.
Thank you.
I just wanted to rise to support this acquisition and congratulate Bill and Liz and the rest of the land acquisition committee in all their efforts over all the years that a lot of acreage has been acquired as open space for the town. It's a great addition for the Lake Garda area, which is desperately in need of some breathing room up there. And I hope that the council supports this after it comes back from TPZ with a hopefully favorable 824 recommendation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bruce. Other public comment?
Pam Fisher, 5 Jules Court. I agree with Mr. Wadsworth that this is a very scenic point on that drive. I take that drive just about every day, and it is a relief to not see house after house after house after house, and to have that kind of vision. Very similar as when you go over the bridge over to Route 4 when you're heading towards Burlington, that scenic area, and I look forward, and that isn't as densely packed as where they mention at Lake Garda. So I am in support of trying to get this land for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Other comments? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. Thank you, Bill.
Just to
Oh.
add, I want to add some thank yous also. Obviously Kathy Egan, our town manager, has helped out. Liz Dolphin has helped out tremendously with this. Land Acquisition Committee members, Peter Master Batista, Evan Coles, Richard Kramer, John Hinsey, Alan Quigley, and Amy Suffrandini also participated in this process. But I want to put out a special thanks to Wilbur. Wilbur? He's the one that introduced me to the landowner that got this thing started 3 or 4 years ago, so we appreciate the efforts, Wilbur.
I've been working on this piece of land for, I don't know, 3, 4 years. And when I went to Florida, I kind of gave up on it, and my right-hand man did it. So we like to keep it. I got all the people in the neighborhood want it for open space, so I like to get it for open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Wilbur. With that, we will move on to public comment. Now, at this time, it's public comment on any issues that you'd like to talk about. And you have a 5-minute, we have 5-minute limit, and you please give your name and address. Any students that are here, we don't want your address, just your name. Would anyone like to comment?
Good evening, everyone. Beth Kittner, 24 Farmstead Lane. I'm also the president of Farmington Future, which is an advocacy group in town, in our community, that works really hard to inform the public of issues around, particularly around resources for our schools and our town services, to make sure that those things continue to allow our community to be a place where we want to live and raise families. So I'm glad to have this opportunity that we're kind of at a crucial point in this process for the Farmington High School project. I think what the public really needs to understand and keep in mind now that is now that we're dealing with a facility that is very much in need. Our high school is our flagship school for our district. It educates over 1,200 students every year. The facility is outdated, it's inadequate, and a good portion of it is in poor condition. And it seems that over the years, in efforts to maintain low spending, and I understand we had some very difficult economic times that we're kind of coming out of now, at least locally, and in the interest of keeping taxes low, the high school facility has kind of taken the brunt of that, and now we're at a point where we really need to look at doing something. There have been, for those of you who have been in town for many years, you know that there have been many additions and renovations to the facility. And at those crucial times, the option was often the lowest cost solution. We were kind of in a pay now or a pay later mode at that point. And here we are at later. And it's been a long time. So I don't know how much longer we can wait. But what I can tell you is I have a freshman, and I've been paying attention to this process for quite some time. I took the tour that was offered by the building committee. What I've seen at the high school is not indicative of our community, of what we want to do in our community for our students and for all of our townspeople. It's going to be a facility that we can all use, and we will get more use out of it with renovation and a lot of the improvements that are slated to happen. I don't think it's reflective of what we want to do as a community. The cost of doing nothing, which is what we've been doing for several years, it continues to grow. There is a cost to doing nothing. We're spending money on maintenance, which I think is wasteful, and we're continuing to kind of prop up a very old building that is not meeting our needs any longer. That's not responsible. We can do better than that. We need to meet these needs heads on, and I think we're at that point in time where we need to do that. The proposed plan for the high school is going to incorporate expectations for how students learn now and how teachers are expected to teach. I think this is important because students in school now are not being taught the same way that any of us were, except for the current high school students that we have here. The expectations are completely different. Our current facility doesn't allow for the teaching and learning that's expected for the 21st century and to prepare students going to college and into the working world. And additionally, we have a situation where now our accrediting body for the high school has cited us in the area of facilities. So we've been put on warning in our accreditation. I don't know if the public is clear on that. So Farmington Future supports this project moving forward at this time. Again, like I've said, not just myself, but many of our volunteers and members have been following the process very closely since January of 2016, when the building committee began. There have been a lot of changes in the plans and restructuring of the final designs throughout this process, which lowered project cost, and there was a lot of discussion about priorities and needs of the students in the community. There was a less expensive design presented and discussed, and at one meeting, a building committee member specifically addressed the architects and the owner representative and asked if the committee had approached this a little differently and had come forward and said, we have an amount of 75 to 80 million. What could we do with that? And kind of work backwards from that number. And the answer was, by the time we look at code violations, ADA compliance, a too small cafeteria, that we would be beyond that lower budget item. So I think it's time to move forward with this project. We're going to be working really hard as an organization over the next few weeks to make sure that people are aware of the issues and to vote at referendum if this goes that far, which we hope tonight that will happen. We ask that you vote in favor of this. And Farmington Future wants to be a positive part of this next few weeks, providing factual information. And we see this as a milestone for the town, and we want to see that move forward. We can be reached on Facebook, and we have a website for anyone that wants to get involved in helping to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Peter Jones, 21 Briarwood Road, Farmington. Would it be possible to put up the schematic drawing of the new high school site on the board?
Well, they're going to go through and present the whole plan shortly. Once we have the public comment, then you're going to see the whole.
Oh, the public comment will come after their plan?
No, the public comment is, you're commenting now, then they're going to present the whole plan.
But would it be possible to see it on the board, the proposed site? I want to point out a few things.
I don't know if you want to do that. I would think you have to wait till after the presentation.
Well, the problem is I live at 21 Briarwood Road, the top of the cul-de-sac, where the school is going to infringe on a residential neighborhood that was established 60 years ago. I mean, I don't know what was here 60 years ago, but I've been here for 20 years. And when I moved here, there was a tennis court, and it's wonderful. A newly renovated tennis court, okay? And a wide open school field. The people at the top of Briarwood Road are gonna have to suffer through 2 new parking lots. One of them is a bus turnaround, 50 feet from the property line. I came here to implore you, to beg you, to help the residents of Briarwood Road. This can't be done. If this was a commercial situation, it would have to go through zoning. We weren't even notified formally of this. Okay, it's an outrage. It's a total violation of our quality of life. Picture it in your backyard. Picture it you were in this situation. we need your help. I mean, it's totally wrong. It's being jammed down our throats. I mean, we've lived with a country club setting. That's why we came here. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. The kids are no problem. When I came here 20 years ago, I fought for the lights for the football field. A couple years ago, I spoke in favor of the lights for the lacrosse. Okay, I want the kids to have the best facilities, but what you're doing to us is outrageous. A bus turnaround 50 feet from the property line in a residential neighborhood, 1,200 students in the two parking lots. I can't believe, I thought you people were smarter than this. And the residents of Farmington are smarter than this. The numbers that you're projecting are going to be unrealistic. I've been in construction for 46 years. All these things go over budget. The state is broke. The state can't help themselves. They're not going to help us. And your already projected high tax burden is going to be even higher. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but I implore you to help us. And I feel that these poor gentlemen, you know, they work hard. They're Castle Booze and O&G and whoever they are. But I feel they're spinning their wheels because the residents of this town are going to just vote this referendum down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Steve Glenn. I'm at 33 Windward Road, Farmington. And as far as what he just said regarding the school, you buy near a school, you expect growth. Growth is there. Put up with the noise, you bought there. I bought there in the Highlands, I know what's going on. Dunning Sand and Gravel, every morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, I hear their trucks. Do I oppose that? No. I bought in the Highlands because I wanted to. I put up with their noise. As far as voting for this, the problem is my taxes are going to go up. I hate that. You know, I have my son, my last son is a senior. He's out of the school. Do I want this? No. But do I own town taxes here? Yes. I live in Farmington. I want it to grow. I don't care if my kids are out of the school system. I want it to grow. I think we need to go ahead with the school system. Whether it's for bringing people into the town, yes. If we don't go ahead with the school system, where are they going to go? They're going to go to Avon. They're going to go to Simsbury. They're going to go to Burlington. They have new schools. Everything they have is growing. If we stay here and don't do anything, we're going to lose all those people. So I hope you vote yes. And I also voted for most of you people, and I think this is a decision should be made for the town people, not just the board here. And I'm sorry to say that, but I think it's something that should be made over the whole town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dave Huff, 4 Cobblestone Road in Unionville. I'm going to bore some of us, at least, with some numbers. Numbers that have been known, I think, in the state for the last 18 months or so, at least, that were shared by our town planner last night at the Planning and Zoning meeting. That in the 10-year period from 2015 to 2025, we can expect to see a 9.7% decline in children ages 0 to 19 in the town of Farmington. We can expect to see a 30% increase in mature residents as the town continues to age and advance and mature. And as young families and as the millennial generation continues to move out not only of Connecticut, but out of rural areas and into urban areas. And so I question when I hear of a plan that is at minimum presented at 134 million for a new high school, whether that is the most fiscally sound option for a town at this stage of its history. On top of that, we have to consider the fact that the state of Connecticut has, by its own measure, maybe $20 billion in unfunded pension liabilities, and perhaps more accurately, $68 billion in unfunded pension liabilities that will come in over the next however many years. The numbers are, quite frankly, unfathomable. What that means to a project like this is that we have to question how in the world we can expect, seriously, the state to contribute $1 to this high school project. And the proposal that I believe is before the town this evening, before this council, is 25.7 million expected from the state, thereabouts. So I think going into tonight, what I would ask humbly this council to consider is not simply this project, not simply the requests of students and of organizations bent on doing what they can for the education system in the town, but for that for which we voters here in Farmington elected you, which is to lead not just the education system, but the town as a whole. Private opposition and public support for this proposal is not leadership. You all were elected and you all worked too hard. I know because I know some of you. I voted for most of you, as somebody else said. You guys put in an awful lot of long nights and an awful lot of hours. And those hours are put in to lead this town down through the ages. This project, a project that does not even include, as I understand it, the interest payments on the amount set to be borrowed, something that none of us would consider doing when budgeting for our mortgages, or college tuition loans, or our cars. This proposal, there may be a proposal that works for town of Farmington, that makes fiscal sense. All this does is raise our taxes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sarah Burns, 3 Hidden Spring Lane. The first thing I want to do is just thank all of you who I know have had a big hand in this building project from the beginning, as well as people that I know in the audience who have had a big hand in putting this to fruition. So I know it's been a lot of hours and a lot of hard work. And so thanks in advance for, I guess not in advance. Thank you now for all the hours you put in. And I know the time and effort it's taken. So, as somebody who goes to the high school on and off, I wasn't kind of fully aware of all the issues until the building committee started, and I did one of the tours, and I was really sort of shocked by all the issues that were there. I was really happy to see it in person. It really helped educate me. And I know that the building committee worked long and hard with many different options to try to come up with a comprehensive plan. I know that it's been patchworked over the years, and it's time for a comprehensive plan, because as a parent, I don't want to be here again in 5 years trying to discuss what's the next fix we need to make. There are serious issues. They've been laid out in many different places, and I know that a lot of us are ready for a comprehensive solution to this. It's going to carry us over the next, several decades, hopefully. That being said, I know there's sticker shock. I've seen the price tag. I think everybody's shocked by the price tag. And so, I know we've seen a proposal, at least in the brochure, about, what that could mean for our taxes and a payment plan. But, I have a lot of trust in you all as really smart people who know Farmington, who know the way that these kinds of things can be financed. And I just want to challenge you to be really creative in thinking about many of the different ways that we might be able to solve this problem. I think we need to be able to come together as a community to get a comprehensive solution for the high school, and also pay for it in a way that, that's sort of palatable to everybody in Farmington. And I have all sorts of confidence in you all as our elected leaders to be able to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Vince Cunningham, 63 Oak Ridge. I'll be be polite and take off my hat, but it is a Champlain hat, so thank you for putting my son through a very good high school system. So he's a senior and actually participated earlier in the some of the roundtables that we did. I'm going to be real quick. Real simply, I think the message and what you're looking to make a decision on today is whether this goes out to vote or not. Let the voters decide, right? That's everybody has a different opinion. Everybody has a challenge, and I won't even express my opinion, but I would implore you, just let's put it out. Let's let the people that have to pay the money decide if this makes sense or not. So thank you. Vince Cunningham, 63 Oak Ridge.
Hi, Heidi Toretto for Lydia Road in Unionville. I actually agree. I think that as a member of the town, I think it'd be great to have the opportunity to weigh in on the decision and allow the town to also weigh in. I actually also toured the school, and it was frightening to see what these kids are dealing with. I graduated from Farmington. I think that there were, 700 students in the school, and so I know that there have been some additions since then, but the conditions are just not up to par. And this is Farmington, and hey guys, we paid a lot of money for our homes. We paid a lot of money to live here, and if you don't do something, then if the taxes don't go up, the values of your homes are going to go down because no one's going to want to put their kids through school here. So, I appreciate the time, and I really hope that this does go to vote because I think it's worth letting the town decide whether they want to pay more in taxes or whether they want the values of their homes to go down. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, and again, thank you. My name is Antonella Macarone, 12 Tane Mountain Road. I've lived in Farmington 15 years. I actually grew up in New Britain. So, one thing that I will say is the tremendous growth in children that I've seen here. I myself have 2 kids who attend Union School as well as IAR. I moved on Tane Mountain Road, and there were no houses around me. And since then, there has been an influx of homes, an influx of children, wonderful friends that I have that also have multiple children. So I do see an increase as far as children in town. With that increase, though, I also see a need for a space where our children can grow, become strong, and become leaders. I work for a Crack Magnet school, and at that school, I believe you guys actually built our building, Metropolitan Learning Center. Our students come in from everywhere, and if it had not been for the technology and the opportunity of that space, those students wouldn't be where they are today. Many of them have gone off to great colleges and universities, and I feel it has been in part due to the building, the facilities that they had to acquire the opportunities, to have the teachers and faculty there to provide them with those opportunities. We are in a technology world. We need to have equipment for our students to move forward and be strong. So again, I implore you to put it out to us, families in town, again, to have the opportunity to provide our children with opportunities to grow and to be leaders in this world, especially since it's changing. We need some change. So thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen K., 57 Garden Gate. Like a previous speaker, I want to begin by thanking all of you for your service, both the members of the audience and the town council. I'm here to address a lot of misinformation that I've heard recently. I've heard, for example, that the decision isn't research-based. I've heard that the cost is misrepresented. I've heard that a renovation option wasn't considered. Well, there's 4 things that I trust in this process. The first thing I trust is our superintendent's recommendations. For years, I've watched her presentations, and the thoughtfulness behind them you can't compare them. I mean, if she wasn't doing the job that she's doing, and if her decisions and her recommendations weren't research-based and based on best practices, then in all sincerity, she should be fired. I'm not advocating for that. Yes. The second thing I trust is our elected officials. While we don't always agree on, or I don't always agree with the decisions that you make, I trust the information that you provide. I believe it's factual. I believe that it's truthful, and I believe it's honest. When I'm hearing things such as a renovation wasn't considered, and I know that it was one of the options. I forget whether it was A, B, or C, but it was definitely an option. I know that it was out there. When you look at the numbers that are there, I can't imagine that you'd be misrepresenting any of the numbers, because if that was the case, then well, none of you should be reelected. No one laughs at that. The third thing that I trust is the process and the amount of time and energy that went into this process and the different models that you looked at and going back to the drawing board and starting all over and the compromise and to come up with a final decision that we came up with truly is in the best interest of the town of Farmington. I would have hoped for more? Of course I would have. I have kids coming up. I'm an educator myself, so I recognize all the needs for the 21st century and beyond. However, I trust the process. And because I trust the process, I like to go to the fourth thing that I trust, and that's the voters. Please, I implore you at this time, vote in favor of sending it to the voters. Let us make the decision whether it's worth the money or not. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's hold on the applause, okay?
Hold on.
No, I apologize. Just, we shouldn't be yaying or naying or anything.
My name is Dawn Parsons. I live at 10 Newcastle Place in Unionville. I'm also piggybacking on all of these guys. I just moved here last year, and I moved here specifically for the school systems. I have two daughters. One's going into kindergarten next year, and one's going to be in 4th grade. And they're just adding a 4th classroom to the kindergarten class incoming, so there are more children coming into the schools. And until I actually took a tour this past year, I had no idea how necessary this is to get out to vote for this new project, because the students that took us on this tour were seniors, and they showed us classrooms that were leaking and just no space for the things they needed to do. They don't have adequate technology. There were so many things that I just was in shock, because based on the reputation of Farmington, the school systems is a great school system based on the curriculum and the teachers and the faculty, but it's the facility that definitely needs updating, and putting the Band-Aid on it like we've been doing has not worked. And like they said, really this needs to be up to the voters, to the town. Just let it go to the vote. Let it go. Let people make a decision. There's always going to be people that disagree with each other, so let the people decide. Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Clark. I live at 13 Tanglewood Road in Farmington, and I've sat in those chairs up there for about 6 years, so I know it's fun to see a big crowd out here, so that's always good. And I voted for all of you, too. And Kathy, I want to keep you around. But on a serious note, tonight, to frame the question before you tonight, that I understand it, is should we send this to the voters so that they can make the decision? And I'm very much in favor of you doing that tonight. You were presented a problem from a number of sources where the school had some issues. You decided, rightfully again, to come up with a commission. And your commission, and I'm not a part of this commission, so I don't have a dog in this fight, to me is an all-star cast. It's a bipartisan group. It's some of our best people. We've got engineers, we've got builders, we've got lawyers, just people who have real stakeholders in the community. And I tell you, I'm glad I wasn't appointed to this commission, because the number of meetings they had, I don't know if I could have done it. And so it's a tremendous credit to everyone who sat on this commission, to come up with, do all the work and come up with your ideas. So for that alone, I think we spent like $500,000 too. So I think, is that you guys? Okay, down there, okay. Well, anyway, I think at this point, we need to come forward and let the voters make the decision. And put it, I heard a couple speakers come up with the same concept, to trust the voters, to let them make the decision. They're the future stakeholders. Now, I had 4 children. They've all graduated and moved on, all went through Farmington High School, got a great education. And so I'm kind of the silent majority here of people who our taxes are going to go up, but is it important to the community that we have a very good high school? And the answer is a definitive yes. when I sat up there, I used to have a pithy little saying where I say, Connecticut is the land of steady habits, and Farmington is the capital. Now, that's worked to our detriment sometimes and worked very positive in other cases. But just historically, I can think of 2 projects where we waited and delayed, and it cost us a tremendous amount of bonding. One, at one time, the bank, Farmington Bank, wanted to literally give us a property on Brickyard, the building at Brickyard in Bridgewater, for $1 million. And we went out to referendum, the town voted no. And then about 7 years later, we spent about $20 million for the new police station and the community center. A second project where the town waited and waited and waited was a bridge, a third bridge across Bridgewater, where the state would have done that for free. And now all of us are stuck in traffic. We all know that someday we're going to need that third bridge. So we're presented now with a need. We've got a great commission, and it's time to let the voters speak, and we'll see where it goes. It's going to be a very interesting process. So you have a tough vote tonight, but I hope that you'll go in favor of sending it on to the voters. And I hope you'll do something for Pete here, wherever those engineers are, to give him a good screen. I walk my dog over by your property all the time, and that is a little tight there. So there's a way to screen that somehow or other. So hang in there.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sharon Byrne. I live at 3 Fable Lane. And a lot of people have already said a lot of what I would have said, so I won't be a dead horse. But one thing I do want to, I would like to really make a point of saying is that we are, I think, at a very critical point right now. We are on, our accreditation right now is in warning. This is our second time due to facilities. I'm not sure that next time, the next go-around, they're going to give us accreditation. Eventually, we will have to address the issues. And I think somebody already had said it, that right now, there's a possibility of state reimbursement. We should go for it now. This is, you know, it will need to be done at some point. And right now, I think it's critical that we do it now because we probably aren't going to get a second bite at the apple. I'm hoping that I see some kids in the audience. I'm hoping they will address the concerns, you know, the various where we're lacking there. They will be much more able to express that than I would. But the ADA compliance to me is extremely concerning. Over there, it's a high school. You know, we do need to be able to have handicapped students and family members of the students for graduation and for other events. It's very important that that our high school be ADA compliant. That to me is, I don't know how we get away with it. I guess because we do nothing, then, you know, as long as, you know, we don't do anything, then we are grandfathered in or something. The other thing is that the high school is the emergency center. And here, you know, it isn't ADA compliance. If we have an issue and need to use that facility and we can't, you know, have it handicapped accessible, that doesn't seem to me like a good building to have, to be using it for the emergency building in the town. I think most of everything else that I wanted to say has been pretty much addressed already. And like I say, I hope the students will address the specifics of, you know, I have 3 kids, 3 daughters. 2 are already graduated, and 1 is a freshman. She will not, none of my kids will be seeing any of these improvements. So, you know, I'm also one of those minorities who I'm here, I want to see it for the town. You know, my family won't benefit from it personally, but I just think that it's so important that that for the town, for our resale values, all of that stuff, you know. So I'm here in support. I'm hoping you move it on so that we can all vote on it. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elise Dudley. I'm a sophomore from Farmington High, and just to follow up with that, this issue definitely pertains to students now, even though I probably won't see the changes if there hopefully are any. It's just our school is falling apart, and it's really just, for loss of a better word, disgusting. There's mold in the 700 and 900 and 800 hallways. I had an asthma attack during my English final and almost didn't get to finish it. And during my history final, the lights circuits blew out, and we almost didn't have access to Chromebooks, which would have destroyed all of our final grades as it's a Chromebook-centered final. And just the classrooms are sweltering in the summer, and as you walk through the hallways, it's either freezing cold like a polar ice cap or it's boiling hot like a sauna, and it makes it really hard to focus. So I think that if we were to have better facilities, it would definitely make the learning environment overall more enjoyable for students and make it an easier place to work. So I urge you guys to consider a new school because, I mean, it would just be wonderful for all of the new students, knowing all my freshman friends and 8th grade friends. I want them to be able to enjoy a facility and be able to have the same educational opportunities I have through Farmington, because the education that I'm obtaining from Farmington is incredible. The extracurriculars are incredible, and most of the facilities are really nice. It's just in the next couple of years, they won't be able to be maintained anymore. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Honorable councilpersons, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed renovations to the high school. My name is Patrick Demkowitz. I reside at 45 Songbird Lane. I'm an alumnus of the class of 2014 and currently attend Yale College. I graduated only third in my class, so unlike the valedictorian and salutatorian, I didn't get a chance to address an audience about FHS, so this is my chance to do that.
Here you go.
So it isn't news to this council that Farmington has great public schools. This is because since the town's founding, residents have committed their time and resources to developing the facilities that students deserved. That record of commitment attracted my parents, who were immigrants from Poland, to build their lives as Americans in Farmington. And their decision paid off. My peers at Yale who attended public schools often frame their success in college as occurring in spite of the quality of their secondary education. I've succeeded at Yale by virtue of the quality of the education that Farmington provided me. This past semester, for instance, I was inducted into the National Engineering Honor Society. I attribute this and other successes at the college level to my involvement in STEM programs at the high school. Now, those programs required a sizable commitment of space and funds. For instance, I participated in the Project Lead the Way engineering program, which made use of tailored computer labs and makerspace for collaborative projects. I took AP Science courses, which required functional laboratories equipped to handle hazardous chemicals and biological materials. And I was captain of the Farmington Robotics team, which the town generously houses after the team lost its warehouse on Farmington Avenue. However, I am concerned about whether the high school's facilities can continue to support innovative programs. My younger brother and sister will graduate from FHS in 2020 and 2026. They and following generations will enter the most competitive economy ever. Schools across the country are reinventing themselves to meet the demands of an era where labor is increasingly automated and outsourced. The question before the council and its residents is, will Farmington? The plan put forth by the building committee answers this question with a firm yes. New learning spaces made accessible to all students, enlarged science and engineering labs, and makerspace that improve the quality of Farmington STEM offerings. These investments reflect a renewal of this town's educational mission. We must, of course, recognize that as clothes do not make the man, a school building does not make a quality education, but it's a necessary step in the right direction. As a young person who looks forward to potentially starting his family in Farmington, I ask the residents of this town this: take the time to carefully consider the plans, as this council has done, and decide on the basis of whether they will fulfill this generation's duty to the next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hamid Adib. I live at 4 York Terrace in Farmington. That was a very tough act to follow. Must be stupid to be standing here and following your footsteps. But I just want to share a couple of personal notes. We moved to Farmington 13 years ago, and my family and I went to Korea, South Korea, for 3 years. My 2 children that go to Farmington schools, they went to the best South Korean international school. We were paying $65,000 a year in tuition there. And when we came back, my wife and I discussed it. We said, should we send our children to public school or private school? And we both said, absolutely public school. Very, very important for us, for our children to get the education here at Farmington High School. The second thing I wanted to share is that I went to UConn, and I went to UConn in the 1980s. You look at where UConn was in the 1980s, and you look at where it is now. I'm on their, on their advisory board for the School of Engineering, and the effort that they have put forward to making UConn facilities great has definitely paid off. So it's our turn now to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Cleany, and I'm at 30 High Street. I don't know if we have any educators who are currently teachers at Farmington High School here, but I was an educator for years. I'm now at home with my young children. But I would also like to speak from the point of an educator that the facility is very important to continue to keep the best staff, to keep the best teachers. There's competition for them too. And I have taught at a variety of schools in my own personal history, some schools where the facilities were worse than what we are dealing with in Farmington. It's very challenging as an educator to feel that you can accomplish your best, that you can help your students reach potential when you're dealing with issues like bathrooms that never work. It's easy to walk through once and see a sign that says, oh, that bathroom's closed, I'll go to another one. But if that's right next to your room and you're there every day and your kids can never go to the bathroom that works, that's right down the hall, it really makes a difference. And so when we moved to Farmington, and public education is very important for me, I want all my children to go to the public schools. And we moved to Farmington, and I have, with bar none, been very impressed by the faculty and the teachers that I've met at all of the schools. And all the personnel, right up to the superintendent. I've just been thrilled. I think we have wonderful people here, and I think we need to keep them here. And so we do need to provide our educators with a building in which they can be proud of, and they can come and do their best work, and they can come and impart that important knowledge that they have to give to our children and to our town's children, and that it's important to think of them as well. And so I urge everybody to send this out to the voters, and I urge the voters to all vote yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Pettit, 30 Dunwood Court in Unionville. I'm also here to support the proposed high school project. As a town, the education of our children is one of our most crucial responsibilities. This project is necessary to continue to provide excellent education we expect in Farmington. As a taxpayer, I do get that it is an expensive proposal. However, as it's been noted earlier, it's not going to get cheaper. Things get more expensive. And my concern is, what is the cost of not doing this project? I would much rather spend my tax dollars on this comprehensive plan that meets the needs that our educators have set out, rather than waste my tax dollars on continuously putting Band-Aids that will they don't work. So please, you ask the building committee to review our needs and come up with a plan. They have spent hours and hours and hours coming up with a plan. So please make sure that it gets to the voters and let the voters decide how they want to spend their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
result of waiting is that everyone's covered everything. You've already- But.
Your name and address,
I
please.
know.
Oh.
Joanne Fishman, 145 Oak Ridge, Unionville. Today, my 8th grader went for her tour to the high school. She's my youngest. I already have 2 out, and I have a 9th grader. So we're a family that really won't benefit from the completion of this project. In fact, my students will live through the construction, yet it was sad to me when I asked her at the dinner table before I came here how'd it go and what she thought. She expressed, without any prompts from me, the concern about the facility. She said, "It's large. It's a mess. One class is one place, one class is another place." She already knew her schedule. She didn't have it with her, but she knew what classes she was taking, and art's important, and she knew where that was tucked away, and she also knew that she could eat breakfast at 9:40 in the morning. So that was powerful for me because it's sad when we do have a history of excellence and we do have wonderful educators and committed citizens, committed elected officials to deliver an excellent experience. I think as a community we need to think about investing in ourselves. When I was preparing my remarks, I said it's like improving our self-worth as people. We need to invest in ourselves, believe that Farmington deserves better. And I would ask the council to put this forth to referendum. I will work hard with others to make sure that the voters are properly informed, and I would like to see us support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pierre Gerton from 12 Henley Commons here in Farmington. I want to thank the council for their efforts and their work. And I had shared an email with them all recently describing this as trying to put a square peg in a round hole. The timing and the size of this project probably, candidly, couldn't be any worse. And I'll lay out some of the thoughts, in regards to that. I have had school-age kids gone through the Farmington schools and certainly been supportive of education in town and understand the importance on an overall basis. But I do have a number of concerns, and I also think that there's some very pertinent, relevant information that we all should understand before we ultimately decide whether this is a project that balances the contribution and enhanced value to the educational process relative to the dollars and the financial commitment that we're not making for next year and the year after and the year after, but for 20 or 30 years. I know there's been a sentiment shared this evening that, perhaps the council should put this out to the voters, but I do have a slightly different view. I do believe you have a responsibility as our elected officials to vet a project like this as you do annually with the budget before it is taken to town meeting and ultimately to the referenda. I'm not an attorney. I don't know whether your responsibility is that of a fiduciary, but certainly in the context of your elected position, I do think it's critically important that you balance all of the competing interests in connection with this project. I'm not going to speak to the details of the project. I haven't followed it closely enough. But my general reaction is the cost is exceedingly high. It's the largest single project and capital financing that this town, I'd likely suspect, has ever undertaken. Coupled with our $45 million commitment to upgrade and expand the waste treatment facilities. It is going to add significant debt service on all of our responsibilities as taxpayers. And my sense as it relates to the project is one that's a little bit more common sense oriented. We have an excellent school system, and we've had an excellent high school. I suspect, as people have shared, there are a number of issues that need to be addressed, but our outcomes continue to be quite fine. I realize there's one item that's been raised from an accreditation point of view, but $135 million seems to be like a hammer, a sledgehammer, relative to perhaps a finish nail, okay? Let me share a couple facts that I think should be of concern about whether the financial information and the modeling of the tax impacts is really fair and complete in terms of your understanding the risk. As we know and has been commented, the state's financial affairs are in a rather precarious position. They have shifted $5 million of burden this year from what had generally been their responsibility to the town of Farmington in our annual budget. That's not going to change anytime soon. It's going to get worse. That is going to push our taxes up. There is significant uncertainty as to whether the state will, as they have typically for a project of this type, be supportive to the tune of 19.29%. If the state says no, or says something to a much smaller amount, then that cost is going to be shifted to the taxpayers, and that is not reflected in the debt service or the increase to your taxes that are being represented in the presentation. Unfortunately, none of us here know. It's significant uncertainty that no one has a good answer for. Interestingly, and apparently it doesn't appear that it was a viable option, but the state contribution for a renovation is actually 50% higher at 29.29%. So by going with the route of a substantial new construction, from a standpoint of state money, we're leaving 10% of the project cost on the table.
Pierre, you're at 5, if you could.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a couple of remaining comments. We have $3 million of remaining debt on the high school that we haven't yet finished paying. We'll be paying it through 2026, and we're going to tear those buildings down. We have $11 million of undepreciated investment in the high school that we're going to abandon as well. My biggest concern is I don't believe there's been sufficient financial feasibility assessment and analysis to understand the impact of this for us for many years to come. We will not be able to afford any substantial capital improvement for at least 20 years. And the last point I will make is, and it's something that I think we need to consider in the financing of this, the way, if this were to be financed over 20 years, we're essentially isolating the burden of a 50-year property to one generation of taxpayers. And unfortunately, when you're looking at a project of $135 million, perhaps by comparison, some of the 10 or 15 or $20 million upgrades that we've made over the years at the high school, it really becomes significant in terms of evaluating whether, in fact, you're sharing that burden appropriately over multiple generations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pierre.
Pam Fisher, 5 Jules Court. My binder, it's gone with me to all of the building committee meetings that I've attended. And there have been 29 of them since January 27th, 2016, and the last one being May 3rd. And in this binder has all my notes, who attended, who didn't attend, who also in the public who were there. And let me tell you, there weren't many, unless there was an issue. I missed 3 of the meetings, but I'm going to tell you, they were thorough. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot what renovate means. Yes, renovate is 29%, but it can't be changing the carpet, painting the walls. It has to be repurposed. So suddenly your gym is now going to become your library because the library doesn't meet whatever needs. So it's not just slapping on paint and make it look better. Also, to renovate as new, you got to renovate 75% of the school. Well, we don't qualify for that because we don't have 75% of the school that's over 30 years old. There were renovation plans given, one with 50% and one at 75%. But the cost of those plans were incredible, and it didn't solve the problems. One thing that hasn't been really talked about a lot is our ADA compliance. And it's the law. And yes, the reason why we haven't fixed that horrible auditorium, which I don't know if any of you knew, at our winter concerts, 2 people sitting in their seats that collapsed. They collapsed because they're 39 years old. It is 80, people in wheelchairs have nowhere to sit. We had to park a child who was wheelchair bound on a wall because 3 other people showed up that night. We put one down at the front of the stage, one at the other side. One person, we had to get him out of their wheelchair and put him in a seat. We had to park him next to the wall with his mother sitting in a folding chair behind him. Okay? So it is more, and we've got more than just the auditorium that has ADA issues. The upstairs of our library, we can't use. The students can't have any programs up there. So when the kids want to go to the library during today, there's a cutoff of the number of kids that can go in the library because they can't go upstairs. The fields, ADA not compliant. The gymnasium, really, you're supposed to be able to have a way to get people up in a wheelchair into the bleachers. You can't do it. So the ADA law is not just putting grab bars in places. It is having a turning radius for your wheelchair. It's having a doorway wide enough for your wheelchair. And we watched a woman struggle trying to get into the bathroom who was a visitor at a concert. She couldn't get into a bathroom because she couldn't open the door in her wheelchair. So, I mean, ADA Title II, state and local government activities, requires that the state, and this is the Department of Justice, local government people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all of their programs, services, and activities, public education, employment, transportation, recreation, healthcare, social services, courts, voting, and town meetings. State and local governments are required to follow specific architectural standards in the new construction and alteration of their buildings. They must relocate programs or otherwise provide access in inaccessible older buildings and communicate effectively with people who have hearing, vision, or speech disabilities. Now, I can't judge, but seeing most of you walking in here, you're not in any wheelchairs. And you didn't come in with a walker, you didn't come in with crutches, but we have children in our schools who do. We have kids that are born that way, could it be cerebral palsy, spina bifida, or whatever, or kids who are jumping out of burning houses and going around in a wheelchair with 2 broken legs for a good number of one school year. And there are areas they cannot reach, and it's not right. The other things that we also have going on, and quite frankly, there's never a good time. I would have loved to have seen this happen, but 2008 through 2012, we had the recession. We couldn't do it then. But now we can't do it because we got the sewer project. When are we going to do it? Right now, we do have a narrow window that maybe the state will meet its obligations that currently they have the guidelines that are good until June 30th. And we can maybe get it to pass and get that $25 million. But all bets are off July 1. So that's my issues with this. And this committee has spent an incredible amount of hours. They have put press releases, the Valley Press, the Hartford Courant. I've kept them all. 3 flyers have gone to the homes. Facebook, web page, videotaping. So it has been very visible, very open, and very nonpartisan. You know, people have plenty of time to speak. So it is really important that we get this done. We don't want it to be like another Westwoods. Who would not want Westwoods now? But who knew that it got voted down twice before? So please, everyone, we need to do this. And it's a bigger picture than just, you know, a little renovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie, 7 Country Club Drive, Farmington. So I just have a quick question. I'm very thankful for the Board of Education and town council members to put so much efforts in trying to fix the building code of the Farmington High School. As a parent of 2, I completely support that we should renovate to meet the building code requirement. However, I also share the concerns of the gentleman who just spoke about the financial impact of the school. Yes, Farmington High School probably falling apart in bad condition, but so does all our schools. If you ever visit Norwallis, Unionville schools, right now the only school in our district has air conditioning is West District. And I can tell you, my kids, during the summer, when the weather is hot, the teacher has to turn off the light so that the kids doesn't overheat. They sit in the dark. As a parent, I want all these schools to be brand new and meet the best criteria. But it's not possible financially. And what I've worried about is that with the state economy really tanking, and the projection of the enrollment in Farmington is actually slowly going down, and if, as that gentleman says, that we put all this money to the Farmington High School, and I can certainly foresee within the next 20 years, another of the major schools probably need a major renovation. Probably 2, probably 3. And how do we do that? I mean, it's just a priority. I think it's a very hard condition to do. And as a parent and also a homeowner, I'm just asking if there any possibility of trying to balance it out, that we fix the high school to meet all the building criteria, but also give us some financial flexibility if other schools down another 20 years that in broke or need renovation, need meeting the new building code, we still have that. And then right now, and Farmington enjoy a relatively low mill rate, but it has been going up. Ever since I moved here, it has going up for 30% over the last 7 years. And in that rate, it will be doubled in probably less than 14 years. And then with the, as you all know, the state really cut any aid to the school, especially more affluent suburban schools. And that burden will shift into more tax hikes for every owners. And before I moved here, I lived a number of years in Minnesota. And again, they built a brand new elementary school with geothermals and solar panels, but they choose to finance it through a bond instead of just shifting completely 20 years to the property tax. And that sort of probably give a little bit more flexibility to sort of disperse that cost so that we won't be so financially bound in that way. That's just my personal thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening once again. Bruce Chudwick, 9 Tall Timbers. And I never thought I'd come up to speak with you about a project that I just can't support because of the fiscal impact it would have on the town. I think it's a great project. I've reviewed the plans. We definitely need to do something up there. There's absolutely no question about that. But $136 million is just a too big fiscal hit in these uncertain times for this town to bear. As the prior speaker pointed out, with the wastewater plant coming on line for debt service, and if this comes in even at $105 million of debt to pay, you're talking $160, $170 million of debt service for the town to pay. That will create an enormous strain on this budget. Both your capital improvement plan, 5-year plan, everything will have to get pushed. And getting operating budgets approved will become the order of the day once again, like it was when I sat up there as well. So it's really the fiscal issue that troubles me, that I can't support the project for that reason. I give kudos to the building committee. I recommend that you send it back to them and recharge them if need be. I sat in that position trying to get the police station and the community senior center built. Town council recharged that building committee several times to not only find a piece of land where it was now, it was going to be out in Westwoods where the fire station was, but people complained about that. We moved it here, found a piece of land, had many iterations of cost, and after 3 or 4 years, we finally got it on the ballot and got approved and then built it. So I know they've been busy for a couple of years. A project of this magnitude may take a little more time. I also encourage the building committee and the council to think way outside the box. I had a harebrained idea of think about the fiscal issues that the state is going through, and particularly what the community college system and the state university system is going through. It would not surprise me if Tungus Community College were to close at some point within the next 5 years. There's just enormous pressure on the community college system. And how do we feel building a brand new facility up here when the state of Connecticut has just spent tens of millions of dollars for a brand new facility in town with everything it needs except athletic fields? It's got a cafeteria, it's got a library, it's got school space. That's maybe a harebrained idea, but that's thinking outside the box of something that may happen. And if we build this and they have built that and they close it, that will be a true shame. Finally, others have talked about the fiscal issues, and many people are saying send the item on to the referendum. I would encourage you to not send it to referendum tonight. As my successor, Mr. Clark, if he's still here, had spoken about with the traffic study, I went back in my notes back to 1998 when the project, the Route 4 corridor study, was completed when I was on the council back then. Ooh, what a nice document. And at that point in time, there was a lot of opposition to this. It included improvements in Farmington Center and Unionville Center, but the most controversial issue was the new bridge going over across Brickyard Road and tying into New Britain Avenue. What we decided on the council to do was to put it to referendum, and the project failed. And that's why we don't have a bridge going across the river for a third bridge to alleviate traffic in the town. We came back after that, took the bridge out of the project, and moved forward with the project, which has gone on for 20 years. So it's up to this council to make the decision whether to send it or not, using your good judgment. But based on what I experienced back 20 years ago when I sat on the town council, if I could do one thing over, we would have just approved this and got the bridge done. I think you should also not approve this project, send it back to the drawing board, and see if we can do a little better on the cost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lister. I live at 8 Candlewood Lane in Farmington. I know a lot of you. I know you're all nice people. You look so intimidating right now. So I'm going to think happy thoughts. Thank you so much. I know that everyone in our local government spends so much time making our town great, making our schools amazing. As a parent, I'm a consumer, and I know you're doing a wonderful job. My husband, Scott Lister, has had an opportunity to go to a lot of the building committee meetings. I went to I think it was the charrette, the fancy word, for the first meeting. I have felt invited. I have felt that the committee doing the building wanted to hear from me, communicated with me, and I think the process has had so much integrity. And I think it is the right thing to do to let the people of Farmington have a chance to decide if they want to do this or not. And to thank everyone for their incredible service to date by trusting that they did a good job and it's time to make a decision about it. As a Farmington homeowner, this is a very good move for me and for all of you. Schools are central to our identity as a town, and we are in danger of losing that keystone to our identity if we continue to allow our high school to slip. I know this because I went on the tour and I was shocked. It was really something. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Byrne. I live at 3 Fable Lane. My wife spoke earlier, and I'll be brief. I'm here to strongly encourage you to vote yes on your agenda items number 2 and 3 and send this important issue to the voters of Farmington. I mean, we talk about timing, and a decision like this, I mean, whether it's, if you have to fix the roof on your house or get your car repaired, I mean, there's never a good time to spend a lot of money. We'd all rather not have to spend the money, but that is a job that needs to get done. I mean, that school, do we really keep throwing money at that old building where a few of the kids are up here? I was at a concert at the high school, and upon going in, I saw a man in a hazmat suit. A sewer line had broken, so there's the contents spilling out into the high school. That's not really a school that's good for Farmington. That's not where we want to send our kids. That school has served its time, And to think renovation's an option is just dreaming. You know, now's the time to get it done. It's not going to be better 5 years from now or 10 years from now. We're never going to want to spend the money, but this is something we have to do as a town. We have to have a place to educate our children. We don't have a choice. We can't send them elsewhere to be educated. We need a good high school. And so again, I strongly urge you to vote yes on those two motions and send it to the voters and let us decide. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Cheshire. I'm at 22 Mountain Road. I'm a resident of Farmington for 30 years. I've never voted against the school budget. I never voted against a referendum. I've always supported the strengths of our schools. My wife's a retired teacher. I have 2 daughters that are teachers. And I myself have served in a number of capacities for a private institution here in Farmington. But this project is just mind-boggling in terms of its cost to the town. We simply cannot afford a $135 million bonding issue. I know we're going to take the state aid, bring it down a little bit, but we simply cannot afford that. We have a $48 million sewage treatment plant still in bonding, and when you do the combination, we actually exceed the magic 10%, I believe at least 1 or 2 years during that process, and rating agencies will kill us for that. In a period of rising interest rates, they'll absolutely kill us with higher rates on a bond proposal. So I admire the work that this committee has done. I particularly admire the work Bill Wadsworth has done, and I had lunch with him today and applauded him and gave him all the kudos I could for the work that he did. But the point is, we cannot afford this kind of level of expenditure in town. And we've got to take a serious look at alternatives. What Bruce Chudwick said, thinking out of the box, we need to do that in this kind of thing. Farmington is a microcosm of what's going on in the state right now. We're spending money we don't have. People are leaving, folks. My peers, the cotton heads of the world, the cotton tips, they're getting the heck out of Dodge. They're leaving because they can't afford the taxes that are here in towns like Farmington and states like Connecticut. So I implore you, without being too emotional, to not bring this to a referendum. It'll split the town wide open. It's going to be an ugly, ugly contest, and that's something that Farmington never, ever should permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Harper, 53 Walnut Farms Drive. With the gentlemen that have gone before, I feel the same way. I definitely feel that the school needs improvement. I don't feel that this is fiscally responsible project, cost-wise. A lot of people have been mentioning our property values are tied to the school system. Well, what happens when we spend the money and our property taxes increase, and now for whatever reason we need to move, and people coming in, they balance that. What is the school system like? But what are my property taxes? They're outrageous. I can't go there. I mean, I think that's part of a large reason why a lot of people don't go to West Hartford and come to Avon and come to Farmington, because we have been managing things. We have been keeping property taxes in check. We've also been spending on our schools and other projects. One other point I wanted to make is it seems as though there's a big push to get this to referendum for June 15th because of the grants at June 30th. Is it a given that we're even going to get this grant? I mean, we're pushing for a referendum for a grant we may not even get, and then that cost is going to be borne by the taxpayers. So I also urge you to please do not send this to referendum. Send it back, and let's come up with something more fiscally beneficial to everybody.
Thank you.
Philip Chabot, 718 Camp Street. As with the two speakers before me, I love what the school is. I saw a presentation today. It had architectural elements it was a great design. The whole building committee did a great job. But being fiscally responsible means you have to be the adult in the room. We don't have the funds to spend what we have. We have to make choices all the time. I have some trucks. I have one that doesn't have a starter. But am I going to sell my truck just so because I need a new starter? No. What would the $100+ million look like if we spread across all the schools and make all the repairs? Think about something like that. That's thinking outside the box. That's things we need to do. We can't just look at one project and in now 20 years, oh, let's look at another. We have all the schools. They all have construction issues. Other than maybe Westwoods. And we really need to think of as a town how to do that. And a lot of our referendums have very low voter turnout. So our voter turnout, typically, we're letting a smaller percentage of the town dictate a lot of the tax increases everywhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Albert. I live at 42 Woodruff Road in Farmington. We have 3 children in the Farmington school system, and I do believe in investing in the future. So somebody before said one of the benefits to going at the end was that everything's been said, and that and then some has been done. It's also a great opportunity to really challenge what you came up to say. I still believe that we do need to push this to vote. I believe that many of the arguments have been very compelling. I also come back full circle and say we do need to invest in the future. The Board of Education, the superintendent, the principals, the teachers, they have risen the bar on our students. I have an elementary through a high school. I see each and every day how these kids are put to the test. They rise to the occasion. It's our opportunity to give them the opportunity to succeed. We've seen graduates go on to phenomenal schools. We've seen the push for the science and technology. We need to continue to push it. We need to accept that that is part of growth, and it is what will make a wonderful situation for our graduating students to go make their lives and come back to Farmington to reinvest in the next generation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. Christopher St. James. I live at 40 Lovely Street, lifelong resident of Unionville, proud resident of Unionville. I love this town. Graduated of Farmington High School, class of '89. My daughter graduated a couple years ago. She's now attending Northeastern University in Boston. And my son, Dylan, who I just finished coaching baseball, sorry for my appearance, volunteering right at the high school here, is going to be a high school student next year. And he's going to be attending with the expectations that he is going to be given every opportunity that I feel that I got. FHS. And it's been my opinion that there's no better return on investment than in our education. And quite frankly, if you look at the various status, the status of the various different elementary schools, clearly Westwoods is kind of a jewel in the crown right now, to be honest with you. It's a beautiful school. Everybody can't wait to go to Westwoods because, you know, it's air conditioned, it's a brand new school. It has the facilities, in short, that inspire the kids to kind of rise to the vision of the graduate that the students are expected to bring with them from kindergarten right through high school. And I feel that the shortcomings of the high school have reached that point where we do have to bite the bullet collectively. And does anybody want to pay more taxes? I don't. But guess what? I like to pay more taxes for things that I can see a return on investment for. And ultimately what it comes down to tonight to the council is you're given an opportunity here to allow the Farmington taxpayers to decide whether or not they would like to take that bite. I believe in the ability for grown adults in this town to make their own decisions. People vote their pocketbooks. We get that. I think everyone in this room understands that. But if we choose tonight, if you choose tonight to not allow the town of Farmington residents to make that choice for themselves, you've denied them the opportunity to weigh in on the future of this town and on the future of their students. My son will not reap the benefits, by and large, of the benefits that future graduates of Farmington High School will reap if you allow this to go to the referendum, which is on my birthday, by the way, and I will vote for it as a gift to myself and to future generations. No presents, please. But anyway, honestly, if you allow the town residents to do this, then they will at least have an opportunity to say, you know what? Yeah, it's going to be painful. But we want to give our students the best fighting chance. Let's face facts. When the kids reach a high school level, they've gone through elementary school, they've gone through Westwoods, they've gone through IAR, and IAR needs some work too. Let's be honest, that's where my son is now too, and it really hasn't changed very much since I've been there. Yes, I went through Union School as well. But when they get to the high school, it's the last stop before they leave our town, before they go on to whatever hopeful, great college or university that might give them the next start in their life. If they go to a high school where it's an embarrassment to try to put a performance on in an auditorium that people cannot literally sit in comfortably, chairs are collapsing during the performances. If they can't be proud of the facility that they go to every single day, if they see buckets capturing leaks from the roof, or if they feel too cramped and they don't have the kind of technological advantages that the neighboring towns might have, they might feel like, you know what, it's a great town, but I wish we had more. I don't want the future kids of this town to have that experience. I want them to feel just as proud of their experience here as I did when I graduated in 1989. So please, I implore you, Town Council, give the taxpayers of this town the opportunity to weigh in, let them vote their pocketbook, and I would hope that they would vote in favor of future generation of students. And on behalf of all the residents of this town, I thank you for your hard work, and I thank the building committee for doing a great job in coming up with the proposal. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Smith. I live at 46 High Street. Before moving to Farmington, I lived up in Suffield, where I had served on that board for about 16 years on their Board of Education, 8 as chair. So I have to tell you, I'm extremely delighted not to be sitting in your seats tonight. Having been through this process of building a school, or the question of building a school, I will tell you that I entered that school board probably with a desire and some duct tape and glue in my pocket to keep the schools together as best we could for as long as we could. We got to an embarrassing space of actually having temporary classrooms that sort of looked like trailer parks. Thankfully, we haven't reached that level, but it still feels a bit of patchwork. What I think is incredibly important, you have an enormous opportunity, not only in the question that's put before you tonight, but a sense of how will you answer the myriad of the things that are offered here. Not only all of what's been put forward in this study, but I think a sincere desire expressed on a number of people's parts tonight that we hold concern about the impact on taxes. And so I bring forward something that probably sounds very boring and droll compared to all of the other impassioned comments tonight, but it relates to something that's on your agenda tonight on one of your presentations on page 11, and it's the debt service schedules that address 2 bonding scenarios, one of $110 million and one of $135. And it's in the mechanism of how you might go about scheduling debt service. And so I know that you hold concern, as do I, around the town's rating and the metrics that go into what would allow us to borrow at the best interest rates. And one of those that you hold concern for is maintaining debt service at a level that is below 10% of your town budget, and you're wise to consider these things. With some small modifications, you might begin to address all of the concerns that are in this room tonight, both for moving forward in a progressive way about how you deal with education, but also in a managed fiscal response. And by a simple measure of adjusting how you would repay principal, maintaining a similar interest rate and a similar term, but with a level debt service payment, you would shift payments on this debt in the early years from $11.2 million to $7.5 million. That is a savings of $3.7 million. That alone, I think, would begin to cover the spread that you have as a concern in those first 3 years where you have some of these balloon payments related to your water treatment plant. It would not increase the total, in some of the estimates that I've made about this bonding, the total financing costs would remain as you have here on page 11 in your first schedule at $149 or $150 million in total. That's financing, just simply changing some of those principal repayment schedules. And I don't think that that would compromise the ability for the town to continue to borrow at a AAA rate. So I'm hopeful that, again, bond financing is a boring topic. It doesn't sound as good as saying make certain that the schools work. I think you all already hold concern for that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten this far. So I do hope that you'll put this question forward. But I also hope that we will hold forward and steady an idea of how can we bring this into a safe landing space where we don't make people feel pinched by the sense of the balloon payments that will exist on the water treatment, along with an accelerated principal I shouldn't say accelerated, but a level principle that's put forward in this projection, a couple of different ways of examining how this bond financing could come together, I think would allow for some of the relief that people are expressing as a concern on their taxes, but would also continue to address the total cost that you've got here. One last thought in terms of a potential boogeyman, that if this 19% doesn't surface, as we hope it will, that if something like that were to become a position for the state of Connecticut, then the tradition of typically financing over a term of 20 years for a school project, I imagine would also be something that towns would have to revisit. And going to a term of 25 years could also begin to create a debt service schedule. While in total, the financing project would exceed a little bit, you could still begin to manage these debt service payments in a way that would be fiscally responsible to taxpayers and continue to address the obligation should they pass in the referendum. And I encourage you to do this hard work. And as I said, I'm going to delight in the fact that I will return home to my family and that you trust deeply in the work that you'll do tonight and the trust that you'll have not only in these people, but in every of the folks here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nora Benanti at 26 Tall Timbers. Just quickly, I just wanted to say how happy I was to see all the hard work of the building committee and the efforts to get the word out and get feedback from the community and address the needs of the community and compromise to come up with a really good plan to put out to vote. So I hope to be able to vote on this later in June, and I will be voting yes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jillian Ciriello at 4 Glenmore Drive. Thank you so much for your time and hearing all of our comments this evening, and thank you so much to the committee for the time you've spent over this past year developing this wonderful plan. I moved to this town just last summer. So just a little before this all, I started hearing about this as soon as we moved to town. And what really drew us to Farmington is the amazing school system. As I learned more about this project and toured the high school, I was surprised by some of the issues that were coming up. We all know, but I'm a nurse, so specifically I was really surprised by the ADA concerns. I really want to see a school that is welcoming and inclusive and available to all of our students of all abilities. And safety, as a parent, is very important to me as well. Learning about this project and the costs associated with it, certainly looking at the next 20 years that we're living here, I take into consideration, but it is an investment in all of our children and our town, and something that I'm really happy to contribute to. And I see all my friends that I've met here in town of young children feeling the same way, that we came here for the school system. We really want to see what our town deserves for our children, for all of the younger children, all of the older children that will be going through this, and also just in drawing more people to town. To know that this is a place where we value education, obviously, from the high standards and the academics and the teachers, but also in providing facilities that accommodate all of that going forward. So I do hope that we will all have the opportunity to vote on that in the referendum. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Hoffman, 22 Greenwoods Lane. I'll have to apologize, I was out painting. I wasn't expecting to address you, so I apologize for not giving you the respect that you deserve, but I didn't expect to speak. However, some of the things that I heard today really prompted me to speak. One of the central issues that I heard was fiscal responsibility. I've been attending a lot of these meetings, a lot of the building meetings, and I do believe that we have done a lot of fiscally responsible things in the past. For instance, the 2003 building that we still owe money on came in about $1 million under budget. So I do believe in Farmington's ability to build buildings and to do things in a financially responsible way. The other thing I heard about was being fiscally responsible about renovations. The committee actually researched doing a smaller renovation called Option A, which kept most of the facility intact. Now, I don't expect, I'd like to give you some facts. I don't expect to sway your opinions because of fact, but I'm an engineer, so I have to try. So that Option A, which did keep most of the facility intact, our share was over $100 million to keep most of the building intact. Now, if I were to ding the committee on one thing as a resident, I would ding them on the fact that they have not told us how much this building will cost over 20 years with doing nothing. So I have a couple of mechanical engineering friends that gave me a couple of ideas. I won't share the number with you, but it's rather large. Just maintaining the facility over the next 20 years. So to me, $135 million, it sounds like a lot, but so does maintenance on our old, aging, existing facility. So I would urge the committee, who's worked really hard, the teachers of Farmington work really hard, the administration of Farmington works really hard, much in the same way I came from painting. Our facilities don't match our successes. I would really like it for our facilities to match the successes that we've had as a community. So thank you very much. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Costa Diamantis. I live at 396 Meadow Road. I guess I'll address the elephant in the room. I'm also the director of the Office of School Construction Grants for the state of Connecticut. So, maybe I can address
You have
a
more
little
than
bit of the
10
questions with
minutes
respect
to talk to us.
And I have a daughter at Noah Wallace, who's going to be going to Westwoods next year. While I'm supposed to be somewhat removed from the process, and I've tried to remain removed from the process, from my position at the office in which we work, which is the Department of Administrative Services, under the direction of Commissioner Melody Curry, we have engaged new standards and guidelines at the state of Connecticut so that we can create an economy of construction. Prior to my taking over the office the last few years, the agency has run somewhat rampant with how school construction was administered and what we paid for buildings. People were confused with the fact that a grant commitment was necessarily the final cost of a project or the amount they can spend up to. Suggesting to you that the grant commitment you may receive is the amount that you most will be able to spend and not necessarily where the project will end. As a matter of fact, we take an active role with the engineers in our, with the architects in our office who oversee and look at the projects and are assigned to the projects so that we can try to reduce those costs. So even if it's at $136 million today, and I'm intimately familiar with the project, and working with the gentlemen and the teams that you have and ladies that have been part of this team, they have been somewhat guinea pigs in the process because we have tried to bring in those new standards and guidelines that will officially take effect next year, past the June 30th deadline of this year, to implement some of those cost savings. Farmington was nice enough to, and the team, to deal with what the new guidelines would be, plus the old ones, so that we can right-size schools, which is very important. Because as many folks have addressed, is there isn't a big wheelbarrow of money anymore in the state of Connecticut. However, let me suggest to you that the $1 billion that we spend a year in school construction, every 2 years in school construction, in some years we've had as high as $800 million in school construction. We look at it from a couple of perspectives. One, from an economic development perspective. Another, a jobs perspective. And third, it's a way of life to have schools that are the appropriate environment for children in our districts. I was here late today because I was in Hartford because there was discussion about the refurbishment and renovation of Martin Luther King School in Hartford. A very large project, and in a very difficult scenario, as we know, for Hartford, with their own troubles and trying to assist them there and move them along. Trust me when I say that your team that has worked here with your building committee, and by the way, your local officials that I have the opportunity to meet with who participated in those meetings, went through a great deal of effort to reduce the cost. My architects and our team went through the building, as did I. We had looked at a myriad of choices to what we could do with the school to include nothing at all and continue to maintain it in the condition that it's in. I think there was a unified decision that leaving it as is was not an option. Its cost effectiveness in maintenance was an expense. I, too, am a taxpayer here in Farmington. And of course, there are some of us who believe that taxes are reduced if schools are better because people want to move in, and therefore there's somewhat of a increase in the population. The 19%, which is for new construction, which is what this project would do, and we tried to go out of our way to make it a renovation project so that you would pick up an extra 10%. So I could be part of the 10% too, which means less cost. But there wasn't a way to get us there, at least to this point, that we're there and looking at it to provide the type of environment at Farmington High School with one high school in a city, as opposed to like Hartford, for instance, who has 3 primary and 5 magnet-type high schools, and make it meet the particular goal that was the charge of the team that has been working together. And I say by team, your architectural team, as well as your building committee and folks representing the community. The 19% would be a guarantee based on your grant application being submitted by June 30th and the day that the council authorizes funding for the project, which of course cannot be concluded until a referendum is had, because that is statutorily one of the requirements. Any one of those would nix the project altogether. Failure on the referendum, failure to provide an authorization of funding to determine what, that you're going to proceed forward with the project. Trust me when I tell you that even though you may get a grant commitment, and I say you may because nothing is 100% in this world, but I would suggest to you that Farmington will not be the only project submitted for June 30th, that there will be a priority list established probably for the first time before everybody who made an application went on the list. That will probably not be the case. We have advocated for a $500 million cap on school construction so that we can make sure that we provide the quality of service to the various projects that we're undertaking and keep them within cost, if not lower costs.
You're at time.
Okay. So having said all that, you had a great team. I certainly can't sit there and say to you, this is what you should do or not do. It's a decision, and I'm supposed to be away from that. But I know what these folks have gone through to look at each and every avenue. From the elephant in the room, the 19%, if you go forward and are on the priority list, is not pie in the sky. It is a reality. We will be funding programs that come in for June 30th.
Thank you. Other comments?
Tom Lyons, 30 Dorset Lane. I think what I just heard was that there's no guarantee that the 19.5% is going to be there. I came here originally with the idea that this is fiscally irresponsible to build a new high school. I still believe that. I think the best option is to renovate. I have a hard time believing that $75 to $80 million would not solve the problems at the high school. There was reference earlier to a public hearing, which I was at, where that question was posed to those who stand to profit the most financially as to whether or not the school could be renovated. And the answer to that question came from the gentleman sitting here who their corporations all will benefit greatly financially. If a new school is built, they will also benefit if there's renovations done. But I don't believe that there's been in the past anywhere near a quote-unquote Band-Aid of $75 to $80 million. That's real money. That's a lot of money. And I think that's the best approach to take here. We've heard from lots of different people here today, which divergent opinions. I think that what we can agree on is that the high school, the way it is now, is not sufficient. I think everybody will agree to that. The auditorium sounds like I've been in it, it's not very impressive. There's issues with ADA compliance. There's other issues in the school. But I think from a common sense perspective, $75 to $80 million, which is a lot of money, would solve the problems that we have. And I take umbrage with anyone who says that $75 to $80 million is a Band-Aid, because I don't think we've ever spent anywhere near that amount of money doing projects to the high school previously. I also have great concern about the other schools in town. I grew up where you don't spend money if you don't have it. And quite frankly, we don't have it. You can raise taxes, but at this stage, with the way that Connecticut is going, people leaving the state, I think that that's just unwise. I think that it makes sense to spend money for the benefit of our schools, but you need to look at this as a 20-year, 30-year commitment. And the high school, I know there were different parts for different years, and it started off, I don't know when, but I'm sure you all know the exact years of the additions. But Noah Wallace was built in 1905. 1905. So what we're saying is Noah Wallace will probably not need a major renovation in the next 20 to 30 years. Union School won't need a renovation or a new school in the next 20 or 30 years. I mean, that's kind of, I think, what we're saying in terms of our budget planning. We're not considering the fact that they may need tens of millions of dollars for that. I'm all for the schools. I have 3 children that would benefit from the schools. I don't have a problem paying taxes, but I do have a problem with government that gets out of control. A government that spends money it doesn't have. I'd ask you to look at this as if it was your own home. Look at it as if this was your own money. It's very easy to spend other people's money. And everybody wants to do something grand and big, and I get it. I'd want to be a part of that too. But we also are responsible. You have a responsibility to the town. So I would ask you to not send it to referendum, to send it back and consider that we fix these problems in a conservative manner that addresses a lot of the needs, again, at $75 to $80 million. Lastly, whatever you do, I appreciate what you've done for the town, your commitment to the town, and your service. And I would just ask that if this does go to a referendum, that the town those residents be fully informed. I did a very informal, and I say very informal poll, and I'll be done in a second. A very informal poll as to those people who do not have school-age children, and asked them, have they heard about the school, Farmington residents, whether they've heard about the school being built or the potential of the school being built, and the vast majority of them had not. So I think that you owe a duty to everyone in town to make sure that before the referendum happens, that they're extremely well informed as to what would occur here and the ramifications of either a vote of a yes or a vote of a no. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Other comments?
Joanne Lawson, 9 Prattling Pond. I just wanted to add my voice to say that I appreciate all the work that you guys did, but I can't believe the amount of money that the estimates came in at, and I'm concerned about having to pay all that extra money on my taxes, especially with the state of Connecticut. Will they be pushing more money off onto the town of Farmington? And meanwhile, we're committed to building a whole new school and the sewer system. It just adds up and adds up. And you're talking about the rest of my lifetime paying for this high school. It's just astounding to me. So I wish that there were something less expensive that you could solve the ADA problems. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. All right. We will close public comment and move on to consideration of special topics. E1.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend the purchase of 440 and 8658 Plainville Avenue, Farmington, to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission for a report under Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statutes.
Second.
So you know that this is going to an 8-24. The idea would be that the TPZ would look at this at their next meeting, and then it would be back to the council for consideration.
Any questions? I do know, one question I had was about possible grants. And you're going to apply for the grants, and we'll see what comes up in the round of grants.
If the grant round's
grant comes
open,
up.
yeah, absolutely.
Any questions? Okay, although, John?
Bill, these properties are right along, as you mentioned, a paper road. A road that's not really there, it's on paper.
Connection between the two properties.
That's right. Do you have a guess how much acreage is in that road?
100 feet long, 20 feet wide, or whatever, so not that.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, now we move on to E2.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the schematic drawings and project cost estimate as presented for the Farmington High School building project as recommended by the Farmington High School Building Committee.
Second.
Okay, we are going to have a presentation from the building committee. Before we do that, I have a few things I want to say. And this is just an overview. I want to thank all the public for coming tonight and giving your concerns and your questions and your thoughts to us. It's wonderful to hear everybody and hear what you think. I just want to give a little bit of history to begin with, and then we'll hear the presentation. The building committee was put together in 2016. That's when the town council established the building committee. Before the building committee was established, there were a few years of meetings and about the needs and the possibilities of how to address the concerns of Farmington High School. In 2013, there was an auditorium study done. A couple people have mentioned the auditorium, the problems there. That was done on its own. Then there was an auditorium dollar actually put into our capital budget. It was at that point that we said we don't want to just do the auditorium. The council then said we want to have an overall look at what are the needs. And that was in 2014-15 budget. In 2014, we had an ad hoc committee study done, which was the whole town, what were the needs in all the schools, in addition to the high school. So we do have a report that we did that looked at all of the schools. And as many mentioned, there are needs in all of the schools and will continue to be. In 2015, we had a separate Farmington High School facility report done by Tectron, and that looked at just Farmington High School and what were the possible needs for the future to bring us into the future. After that report was done in late 2015, that was when the Statement of Needs was put together by the Board of Education. And that January of 2016 was when the town council felt there should be a building committee put together to look at options and look at possibilities for the high school. We are now there, beyond there. The building committee has been working now for over a year. Obviously, we're in 2017, the middle, so 18 months or so. I want to begin by saying thank you to the building committee. The building committee has worked many hours. And chaired by Bill Wadsworth, who I think all know and respect tremendously. This building committee not only, I have to have you know, not only met for their own committee meetings, but met to bring people on tours, met many evenings and afternoons to bring the message out to the public, whether it was different organizations, whether it was to the schools. And there were many subcommittees that all of the people on the building committee were part of. So the building committee branched off into many other small committees, looking at many different issues and possibilities of things. And just things like communication and different concerns like ways to put this out to the public. So with that said, I just want you to be aware of the amount that the building committee has put in, however you feel. This building committee has done a lot of work. They've vetted a lot of issues. And as you know, we're where we are today with what we're going to have presented in a minute. I also want to thank Kathy Egan and her staff. They've done a tremendous job just keeping up with the building committee and keeping things, just the constant attention to the project. Also to the school system, Kathy Greeter and her group, that whether it was teachers or other people that were involved in this process. But I want to again just thank so much the public for coming out today. We haven't seen as many people coming out and voicing their opinions, and it's wonderful. And I just hope people that did go home can see this and know how much we appreciate your thoughts or concerns, whatever you think. It's great to hear all the comments. It's great to hear your concerns, and we really do appreciate that. So I want to make sure that that's, before other people leave, make sure that you know that. So at this time, with no further ado, we'll have the building committee present.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the Town Council. As the Chair said, my name is Bill Wadsworth, and I am here on behalf of the Town of Farmington as Chair of the Farmington High School Building Committee. And as the Chair said, we were formed by the Town Council January of 2016 to address a statement of needs that was prepared by the Board of Education and approved by the Town Council starting in 2015. So the slide on the screen is the mosaic of what we have today. We started out with the 1928 original building. There was an addition in 1952, another one in 1964, another one in 1973, another one in 1996, and then the last one was 2003. And with this mosaic of additions that all went out on a single story, there was no multiple story building here with the exception of the 1928 original building, which is 3 stories. That's part of the problem with one of the issues of sprawl. But in addition to that, because of the age of some of the additions, we have building code requirements is understandable. Building codes change over the years. The ADA requirements, I think those were addressed pretty well earlier today, both in the building and in the athletic fields. We have safety and security requirements, so we have 23 different entrances or exits out of the building. Makes it difficult to provide a secure environment. There's space needs and sprawl, which I spoke to by the the single level expansions over the years. And mechanical and electrical upgrades, again, some of the infrastructure of the existing building is quite old and needs upgrades, along with the building envelope footprint itself and parking. And then part of the last one of our charges was to relocate the Board of Education central offices to this facility. Our goal as a building committee, we stated early on, was to address all of these issues. There was some talk of priorities, but to me, being a builder over the past 30 years of very complex buildings, walking by a known issue because it didn't meet some priority list is penny wise and pound foolish, and that doesn't give us the kind of facility that we're all looking for. So the committee work to date, we started out by engaging an architect back in the late summer, Castle Booz Associates out of New Britain, and they were charged with presenting 3 concepts, options for the building committee to consider. 2 of those are renovations, and one of them by state statute would be a new building. And then after that, they would prepare a schematic design on the selected option. We also selected owner's project managers. We picked Colliers, again, because of their experience in this field, and also for a construction manager to provide cost and scheduling information. we selected O&G out of Torrington. One of the opportunities we had, because we selected Castle Booze out of New Britain, they were the only ones that brought a educational consultant to the table. I mean, all the other ones, you know, you go through the standard boilerplate design process, but the unique part of the Castle Booze presentation was to introduce the concept of 21st century learning into our process. We did have a workshop for that back in September of 2016, which was very well attended. We put out a town-wide mailing to get people to attend, and they certainly did. And I think we learned a lot that day. Those 3 concept designs that I talked about were presented to the committee January of 2017, along with cost estimates. At that point in time, we had, as was described earlier, A, B, and C. We looked at all 3 of them, and the building size itself was somewhere in the 305,000 square foot range. This building here is roughly 218,000 square feet today. The A option, from my memory, had a cost of, and this is basically a renovation with an at a cost of $150 million on the high end. The C issue, or the C option, which was the new building, had a cost range of $160 million. In my mind, when you're getting value out of something, for a 7% change in cost, not that $10 million is a lot of money, you get a new school. You don't have to worry about an old school with aging mechanical and bad building envelopes and ADA issues. You get a new school, and that was kind of my watershed moment as a member of the committee, is to see those numbers pop up, that the relative cost difference between additions or renovations and a new school was very little. But it was a lot of money. We're looking at a new school for $160 million, 300,000 square feet. That was a lot of money. So we created a subcommittee to work with the design team to come up with a smaller building. A smaller building would be smaller cost. And we did do that. And throughout a month or so of that process, we came up with not just the original 3, but 4 other options that we were presented with, and picked one. We picked option D1, which you'll see later on this evening. That building came in at 239,000 square feet, and the price range at that point in time was $125 million to $139 million. The committee directed the design team to prepare schematic designs on that option, and also directed O&G Industries to put a price on it. During the schematic design phase, we realized there were some missing elements of the building. One was collaboration space, so that was added to a tune of 5,000 square feet, and also the opportunity to put in new team lockers for the athletic fields for another 5,000 square feet. That brought the total building up to 249,000 square feet. The state suggested size of the school based on our student population is 252,000 square feet, so we're a little bit below that. The cost of that, as you all know, is $135.6 million. And at the same time, the committee decided with the 1928 original building, with the new building, it was a separate and distinct building itself. Those additions would be taken off of it, and we had the option of demolishing it, putting it in mothballs, doing a partial renovation, or doing a full renovation. And we decided to not mothball it, because that's just a death sentence for a building. So we decided to move the Board of Education central offices to the 1928 building. We have done a lot of community outreach. As I said, we started off with our visioning meeting back in September. We've had a couple of community meetings. We've given tours of the high school so people can see the conditions of it. We have a website that has been up and running and added to over the past year and a half. We're on Facebook, and we've done at least 3 mailings that I know of. And we've also, because our meetings were at 4:30 in the afternoon, we started videotaping the meetings so people could look at the meetings online. So we've done a lot of community outreach to keep people up to speed with what we're doing, what we're working with, and what we finally end up with. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Greeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to Bill Wadsworth, the chair of the Farmington High School Building Committee. He put so much time and effort and expertise into this process. I also want to thank the Farmington High School Building Committee members, many of which are here this evening, for all of the time that they put into this and really thoughtful discussion and review. Dr. Silva, our Farmington High School principal, our administrative team, our faculty, staff, students, all of which were involved in the process, our town council, our town manager and town staff, the Board of Education, as well as the consultants that are here this evening for their thoughtful and careful review of the existing conditions of the FHS facility and the thorough process that has taken place to date to address the significant deficiencies at our high school facility. The facility deficiencies that Bill reviewed are not only creating a lack of adherence to state and federal requirements for school buildings, but they are impacting the extent to which we can support and implement the school district's visionary goals and prepare all students for success in college, the workplace, and as contributing citizens. The building project, selected by the Farmington High School Building Committee and approved by the Board of Education last evening after months of reviewing several options, will fully address all of the facility deficiencies, existing conditions outlined in our statement of need, and provide a school facility that will promote and support Farmington's exceptional education and goals. The Board of Education's approval of the educational specifications and the schematic design reflect an acknowledgement and support of the schematic design presented to you this evening. On behalf of the Board of Education and School District, I'm thrilled to bring this project forward to the Town Council after years of study and deep review of the deficiencies and issues related to the Farmington High School facility. The schematic design is a long-term solution that aligns to Farmington High School's stellar education, and it will promote flexibility for the future. And this was something that was a priority when the community came together for the visioning sessions. Leaving a future generations a school facility that is future ready, reducing annual costs for maintenance, capital, and energy costs while promoting excellence in teaching, learning, and programming. As stated by the Farmington High School Building Committee, Farmington High isn't just our town's flagship school. Farmington High School is in many ways the center of Farmington, a place where students become graduates while forming lasting bonds with the community. This project reflects a thoughtful and thorough process with a long-term solution that will promote and enhance, not limit, Farmington's exceptional outcomes and reputation as a leading school district at the regional, state, and national levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Town Council. My name is Mark Skalenka with Colliers International. We have been engaged as the town's project manager for this exciting project. I'll be working alongside Cal Booz and ONG to walk you through the schematic design package, and then I'll be working alongside Kathy Egan to discuss the financials towards the project. I just wanted to give a quick update. Bill Wadsworth stole my thunder in terms of what has happened. March 1st for us was when this project went from concept to schematic design. And a lot has happened. He mentioned the meetings, the public outreach, the tours, and there have been many, many meetings that have gotten us to this level. The June 15th referendum date was established. We did meet with the state. Costa was accurate. Our team met with the state shortly after the D1 option was selected to introduce the project to him, review the process, and they were very pleased with the option that was ultimately selected. Didn't guarantee anything, but they were at least pleased with the option that was selected. So the D1 option was further developed into schematic design, which was greater detail was given to the plans and elevations for ONG to price, and we'll be seeing some of that shortly. Some of the project specifics, just to highlight some big picture thoughts. Part of this process, you have to go through a projected enrollment, 8-year projected enrollment. The demographers came back with a 1,346 student as the highest projected enrollment for the town of Farmington moving forward. Currently, the existing building is 218,000 gross square feet.
When you factor the capacity that the state guidelines in terms of square foot per student, that would dictate that the building is sized for 1,147 students. Currently, you have 1,201 students, or the building is over capacity by 54 students today. The new high school, as Bill mentioned, at 249,000 square feet, which again is 10,000 square feet larger than what was originally designed at the state's encouragement. They encouraged the team to go back and add the square footage to maximize the square footage that's allowable for the 1,346 students, which is what we did. The Board of Ed has a net square feet of 10,724 square feet. And as been noted multiple times, the reimbursement rate for new construction is 19.29%. Renovation is 29.29%. However, as has been noted, the building does not qualify for renovation status. I'm not going to get into the details of what that means, but the building would be considered an alteration, not a renovation in the state's mind. Higher ineligibles, more cost to the town on a renovation project. But we did explore that, obviously, as an option. The current plans do meet the statement of needs, everything that was identified on the statement of needs. And it will be a phased project, phased construction while the students are currently occupying the building. Some of the statement of needs are identified under the project includes column: the ADA upgrades, the sprawling, the upgraded gymnasiums, the high efficiency MEP systems, learning commons, STEM programs, expanded cafeteria, relocates the Board of Ed to the 1928 building, separation of public space from academic space, which is important when you have public events. You can close off the academic wings. Moves the robotics program back to the high school site. Allows for flexible learning spaces, and most importantly, establishes a truly identifiable, secure main entrance for the building. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Dominoff, who is going to, or actually Luke, who's going to walk you through the site, and then Paul will walk you through the building plans.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Just very quickly, I'll introduce the rest of the members of our team, as we'll have various roles in presenting this, but then also for questions. So Charles Booz is a principal and one of the founding partners, Castle Booz, here with us tonight. Paul Dominoff is an architect and leads our design studio with the project, and Enrico Shiro is our architect and project manager. I am Luke McCoy. I'm a landscape architect and director of our landscape architecture department. So with that being said, I will start with the site plan first. I'm going to talk to that board so that I don't have to have my back to you as I point. So hopefully, no, maybe not. It doesn't like that screen. So I apologize. I'll do it this way as best I can. So starting on Route 4 and coming up, the first proposed change is widening of the drive-in to 2 lanes going both ways. So we're actually widening that drive. Part of that is we are tearing that drive off to run new utilities for the proposed new school. So as part of that process would be widening it to 2 lanes, which would then come up to a new intersection, which would allow you to have 1 lane that turns left, 1 lane that turns right. If you take a right, this here is proposed the new parent drop-off. That is a much larger drop-off than you currently have. It allows for stacking of parents as they pull in, and they can queue and back up. And then if there is overflow, again, it will stack on the right lane, leaving the left lane open for those to come this way and buses around. The new proposed main entry for the school is here. Buses would come up, they would come left, come around, and they would come to the new bus drop-off, which is separated back here. Again, queuing for the number of buses that the school currently has, as well as overflow for queuing along the drive back here. What we've done is the existing tennis courts and parking that currently stand here has been shifted over to here. We are looking at maintaining the wooded area that's currently there and staying out of the setback, and then additionally adding to that by taking material, as we're going to have a overflow of material on site, creating berms and landscaping to add to it. So we're approximately 50 feet off of the property line from there, and a lot of that will be maintained existing vegetation as well as adding new. If you continue to the left, we've added parking here, which is adjacent to, as Paul talked about the building, this is the cafeteria area. There's an outdoor courtyard and seating area for students, either during lunch or part of the learning space, to be able to come outside. We've added parking, which could suit the 1928 building, which is being repurposed for the Board of Education. It can also act as visitor parking, as well as inside of the parent drop-off. Here is the 1928 building, I mentioned before, is now a standalone building and renovated to house the Board of Education. And then you come around here, which is more parking for students, staff, as well as a secondary entrance for after school activities. The building, as we walk through the floor plans in a minute, will show that the auditorium and the gymnasium are on this wing. So for after hours activities, the remainder of the school can be closed off for safety reasons, and you can have direct access in from the secondary entranceway in for that. What we've also created in this area here is this is the area for the STEM classrooms. So that's robotics, things of that nature. We've included a storage area that is not only screened, but it's covered for all of the materials that those classes use and for when deliveries come in and out of that. So it's safe, it's away from where students are coming in and out of the building, but it's also covered and screened in that area. As I mentioned, we are relocating the tennis courts with new 6 tennis courts here, having parking. Coming along the rear, we have our service area for dumpsters, mechanical systems, all of that to the back of the house, again screened on there. And then there's a smaller second courtyard here for students. So we continue to the upper portion here. What we've done is we will be recreating the walkway that goes up there. That will be a handicap accessible walkway and ramp system now, so that there is accessible walkway up to the upper fields, as well as continuing a pathway around the outside of all of those fields, not touching the fields because they are in pretty good condition. We know you've spent some work on them recently, but providing accessibility around the fields, which it's currently lacking. On the main field, we've added new press box and bleachers on the home side and visitor side, again, to meet ADA compliance at the school. And at the baseball field, provided walkways and new dugouts that would be ADA compliance, what they currently don't have now. The last piece is this part here. This is maintaining the service drive that's there. It would be cleaned up, renovated, new pavement put in, but again, that is just for an emergency access service drive there. So that would be gated, it would be locked, and in the event that access to or from the school could not be had from off of Route 4, this would be a secondary access off of the school to get emergency vehicles in or to get people off of the campus, shall it ever need to be done in that way. The lower portion down here along Route 4 will remain as an athletic field, which it currently is now. With it, we are currently showing on this plan 536 spaces, which is an increase from the 509 spaces. And what I would like to do also after Paul presents the building, talk a little bit about, we did meet with planning and zoning. We had some comments back that we can look at addressing, shall this project pass, to move forward to increase some parking as well as part of that.
Thank you, Luke. Again, my name is Paul Dominoff, architect with Castle Booth Associates. I do want to mention one other team member, Larry Jones here, is from BVH. She's our mechanical engineer, should we need to talk about any mechanical systems. So, can you hear me? I'd just like to orient everybody quickly to show you where we are with regard to the site. This is the existing 1928 building, and this edge of the facility right here is the current edge, easternmost edge of the school. So this is the 900 wing. That was the most recent addition in 2003 that Bill was the building committee chair on. So currently, this is the 900 wing that has the classrooms. We plan to repurpose that into mechanical room. So you'll notice there's really a couple zones in this building. There's a student zone, which is the 3-story academic wing, and then there's the sort of public and community zone that gets tied together with this wide gallery and the cafeteria in the middle. There's one thing that came out of our visioning sessions early in September that's really important, that if you look back at the patchwork drawing that Bill presented of the existing high school, it's a 1-story sprawling building. And what came out of the visioning session is that existing facility is organized in such a manner where you have departments. It's departmentalized. You have a science wing, you have a math wing, world language wing, so you're constantly traveling back and forth through the facility to get to your classrooms. This approach is more interdisciplinary, where you don't have science wings and math wings. You have a learning community that is very flexible, that can have 2 science rooms and 7 classrooms that can allow, one classroom could be math, one could be world language, and it can be mixed up as the needs arise as the students go through high school. So this is the student zone here. If I orient you back on the site, we have the parent drop-off and the bus drop-off. This is our highly visible, secure main entry. At the front door is the administration on the main level and the guidance above it. I just want to stop and mention that if you were a parent coming in, you would come in the front door, or a student, but you'd get your credentials as a parent, you'd get checked in to administration, and if you had to go to guidance, you'd go upstairs there to get to the guidance office. And if you wouldn't have to traverse the school to go do other business. You could leave from there, so you're never walking through the school. Currently, the guidance center is in the middle of the school. You walk halfway through the school as a parent before you can reach guidance. And the same with administration. So everything's out front. You enter into the student zone here. We have these 3-story academic wing. So the current building is currently sprawled on one level. The big takeaway for this is we're going to take all the new classrooms and stack them on 3 levels and try to build some efficiency into the architecture instead of the sprawl that we have currently. So we have 7 classrooms and 2 science rooms that comprise the learning community. In the middle is the teacher planning station, and adjacent to that is each of these learning communities have its own collaboration space, which is very similar to Westwoods. If you've been in Westwoods, they have the open corridors and outside the classrooms. This is where the 21st century learning takes place. You have these flexible classrooms, and everyone can gather and sort of cross-pollinate within these collaboration spaces. Each learning community has their own toilet rooms and smaller conference rooms for breakout spaces as well. So we have 1, 2 on the second floor, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the third floor. So they're all organized at the front of the building, and positioned right between it is the new media center or learning commons. It's there because that's the relationship we like with the students. They don't have to travel across the building to get to the learning commons. As you go deeper into the building, this gallery is approximately the same width as the widest portion of the corridor, say near the old gym and the band room. It's approximately 14 feet wide. So we have this direct line of contact from the student zone to the community public zone here. At the end of this, you have the auditorium with supporting functions such as choral, band, auditorium that would seat approximately 650 people. Currently it's 500, so we've been increasing the capacity, and a small studio black box theater. So Farmington's music program, as we all know, is very strong, and the emphasis is to provide an auditorium geared towards music, because that's what the strength is, and also provide a small drama space of about, I believe, 80 person capacity for small drama performances. Also supporting the arts is the tech ed, which Luke mentioned. This is wood shop and auto shop, and we're moving robotics from off campus onto campus. The robotics is positioned there so that they can use the tools in both the auto shop and the wood shop, so trying to build some efficiency in programming. But all of these functions can support scene shops and everything props for the auditoriums for the theater. If you go across the corridor, we have the gym and auxiliary gym with its supporting functions such as PE locker rooms and team locker rooms, fitness room that could be accessed, again, as Luke mentioned, this is the event entry for auditorium and gym. Fitness room could be accessed by the public, and also some supporting PE office space. So back to the middle portion of the building, this is the 900 wing, which would now be repurposed for mechanical space and kitchen, new servery, and cafeteria. We'll go to the next level. Second level, again, starting at the front door, this is guidance is stacked above administration. Identical learning community on both sides. Additional special ed and application labs, multimedia space in the middle. We have the gallery, which looks down on the cafeteria. This is sort of a balcony condition. And we have art up overlooking the gallery and the balcony. One other thing that we tried to do as part of the visioning session we had early on in September was there's an enormous amount of two-dimensional and three-dimensional artwork that they don't have the space to display in the current school. The thought is along this gallery on both levels, we could have a lot of the student products and process actually displayed. As you go through the end of the gallery, you simply arrive to the upper level of the auditorium, and art is displayed here as well. The idea in the middle of the portion of the building is to get a lot of glass in here for daylight, and we could have it washing through the gallery into the art rooms and out the backside, so we try to get a lot of natural light into the center of the building. Upper level, again, learning communities and additional special ed space. So yeah, just some of the 1928 components, the scope of work that we would do. Hazardous material would be abated, new windows, heating, ventilation, cooling, new exterior walls on the back side because we would be detaching it from the school, so we have to repair the back side. New finishes throughout the Board of Ed space. There'd be spaces that would not, the Board of Ed will not fill up the entire 1928 building. It'll approximately fill about a floor and a half, which I'll show you in a moment. So we would still have to condition the spaces that aren't being currently used. It could be used at a future date for the town for unknown planning. For now, we could just leave it open, but we'd have to so it doesn't go into disrepair. New elevator and stair upgrades, sprinklered, we'll be patching and then repair the cupola. So I'll quickly walk through. This is a quick layout of what the Board of Ed might look like. We have 3 levels. The main level is the lowest here. If you don't pay attention or haven't been in the school lately, this is currently the guidance. And if you're standing in guidance, that's below grade up to about your waist. So if you're standing in guidance looking out that window, the window sill's about here. So what we would do is enter brand new entry where the original entry was, but we'd enter at an elevated landings. Pretend you're going into a raised ranch where you have the choice of going up and down, right? So that's the condition that we have here. You'd enter into a secure vestibule, you get buzzed in, then you have the choice of going down about 4 feet or continuing stairs. But on all levels, we would have a middle stair that would be open. We would look at the existing stairs and do work to them and have a corridor. So that's sort of the infrastructure. We'd add an elevator that would get us to the 3rd floor. But so what lives on the main level here is simply the IT space. We'd have to move the mechanical room, which currently is in the position over here, into the building. And then we have facilities and the IT director on this level only. The white space represents walls we wouldn't really touch unless we'd have to do some abatement or anything like that. But those are the spaces we'd probably have to condition just. Main level is, the 2nd level is where most of the program would take place. Again, the middle stair. We'd have the corridor, 2 stairs at the end. This is essentially the superintendent's suite over here, conference rooms, special ed, special services suite here. This is the business office. This is the Board of Ed conference room and an associated break room and work copy room for the whole floor. So the majority of the program fits on this floor. What didn't fit went down to the lower level, and they received, they get shipments. So it makes sense that IT and facilities are down below. Well, we would develop this plan, pass it around. Upper level is simply, we would extend the circulation system, stairs up in the elevator, and the rest we wouldn't have any program, and this could be used potentially for future town use. So quickly, some renderings of what this might look like. This is a first quick sketch of as if you approach the school at the top of Monteith Drive. You can see the 3-story academic wing, the learning community. This is the collaboration space in the middle of the classrooms. You can see a little bit of the science with the glass. This is the administration and guidance house that we're calling it. What we're trying to do is clearly mark the front door. We would think about replicating a smaller version of the cupola that exists on the 1928 building. You see the cafeteria and courtyard in the front. This is the music room, auditorium, and small studio theater beyond. So this is as if you were standing where approximately the tennis courts are now, looking back towards the front entry. And here you can see the 1928 building detached from the existing facility, right? And here's the administration and guidance house, highly visible, secure main entry. What we're trying to do here is sort of respect the 1928 building and the architecture, but also introduce some glass. These happen to be the science rooms that are repeated in the learning phase. To sort of expose some of the wonderful stuff that happens in the school, we want this to make it a little more transparent so you can see what's going on, right? So it's a mix of some of the 1928 character and trying to get more glass and more transparency and daylight into the building. Lastly is we are standing in front of the cafeteria, opportunity for a courtyard here, as Luke mentioned, 3-story academic wing looking back towards the east. We have a small video that I just want to show you how it looks animated in 3 dimensions. It's a model that we use as a tool as we're designing, but it's effective to show the scale of the building. So here we are at the top of Monteith Drive. This is a 3-story academic wing, collaboration space here. These are all classrooms. As we go around the corner, you can see the administration and guidance house, the scaled down cupola. So what we're trying to do again is clearly mark the visible, secure main entry. You can see the science wings with the glass, science classrooms, excuse me. In the middle, there's no glass. It happens to be the prep rooms. You don't need windows. But as you approach, you can see that this is the principal's office here, main entry here. We can get some signage. Bus drop on the north side, parent loop on the bottom, on the south side. This is the cafeteria and potential courtyard right outside the cafeteria. Currently, the students have this senior patio. This could be a similar function here. That's the music room right there with some translucent panels to get some daylight into the music room. You can see what we tried to do is build efficiency by stacking this building instead of sprawling it out on the site. We have condensed the footprint of the compared to the existing school. Here you can start to see the 1928 building. Anything that's white is not really part of the main building here. Here's the event entry. Luke mentioned the screen wall that hides the auto, robotics, and wood shop. We want to screen that. We want to kind of make that a feature wall and have it display some of the student artwork that may happen in there. Fitness room, auxiliary gym, gymnasium, lockers adjacent to the field. What's a good relationship there? That's the 900 wing that will be repurposed into the mechanical room, and the learning commons right in the middle. You can see the fields. That's the existing concessions building that remains fairly new, and the field as well. That's that.
Just switching over. So part of the process throughout, we engaged the local officials. We also had numerous meetings with the Planning Commission. What you saw here was the last round of site plan and building plan that we did present to them to get their feedback. One of the things that we discussed with them is under the regulations is the requirements for islands in the parking lot. But we also know that the commission does waive the number of islands in a parking lot if it is requested. So we did talk about that and looking at trying to reduce some of those islands if this project moves forward to add some additional parking, because we know that that was part of the statement of needs and because of the functions. So they are in agreement with the overall project and the plan they felt fits within, and they are up for discussions to remove islands. The members all felt positive on that and said that if this does move forward into the next phase after referendum, which is DD, we would sit down with them and work with the town planner to lay out a plan that would reduce some of the islands and add more parking into the plan as well from what you see here. Did I go too fast?
So I just want to talk briefly about the overall project schedule. This assumes a successful referendum in June. Just big picture concept, schedules get very, very detailed, as Kathy has seen and loved. Design would commence immediately after the referendum. So July of 2017 through August of 2018 would be the completion of the design phase of the project. Bidding would occur between September and October of 2018. Then the construction phases, and you'll see them very shortly from Ken Biega from O&G, but there's 3 major new construction phases. Phase 1, the new academic wing that Paul just described, would be the first major phase. That would start November of 2018, be completed in August of 2020, which allows for occupancy of 2020, or September 2020. Important because that allows now all the students to move into that wing, which creates a swing space, which allows the rest of the building to be demolished and rebuilt. Phase 2 would be the new gyms, locker rooms, kitchen. That would be between September of 2020 through August of 2021, with an occupancy of September of 2021. Phase 3 would be the auditorium, student dining 1928 building, and that would be September of 2021 through August of 2022, with an occupancy of September of 2022. So again, you can see it's just about a 4-year construction period. During the summer months is when we would be doing the abatement and the demolition. So the plan would be to not do any abatement activities while students are on campus, which you can't anyways, and then get some of the major demolition activities done and completed, again, while students are off campus. With that, I'll bring up Ken Biega to walk us through the phasing concepts.
Thanks, Mark. Good evening. All right, let's kind of walk you through on how we're going to build this. All right. We've broken, Mark talked about 3 phases. We actually have 5 major phases that we're working on this. All right. And the first thing we do, and anytime you have a renovation project, you're working on an occupied school, you need swing space. All right. So when we've done it in the past, we do portables, or whether you have the opportunity to build a major addition. And you have that here. This building right here will be what we refer to as your swing space, which is your academic space. So this is going to be the first phase we come in and build, is this. 3 stories, getting this all here. Now what that does, it opens up a large amount of classrooms. Because if you look at all your academic spaces over there, so that gives us a great opportunity to say, okay, where can we go next? So the next area you would look at is, where's most of all your academic space? It's over here in your classrooms. So that would be the next area we want to come in and tackle to move, because now the kids can all be over here, we can come in here and demolish this section. All right? Now, if you notice here, this is also in blue. This is going to be a new mechanical room, which will feed this and will also feed these other additions. We worked very closely with Larry Jones from DVH, and he looked at that to make sure that when we complete this, we can feed each of these additions, and we don't have to worry about mechanical feeds and how we're going to get each of these phases done. So this gets done, the mechanical room's done here, we come in here and demolish this section. That'll allow us to come back in here and build this area here, which is your gymnasium, your new cafeteria here, okay? And then after that's done, we'll come in and demolish this, which allow us to build the new auditorium, renovate the 1928, and build the cafeteria here. Now, okay, you say, where we're going to put the kids. The kids will be here and eating lunch in this area during the cafeteria while this isn't built. So let me kind of walk you quickly through the phases here. Okay, so like I talked about, there's phase 1. Your academic area, swing space. Now, if you notice, you'll see all the dotted lines is your existing building. If you notice, we have the opportunity, because this is a separation, because you've built the buildings in so many additions and so many times, it's actually easy to take it apart, and we have some flexibility, and that works into our advantage. So these areas, we have the separation, so we can build an exterior wall system through here. Now, if you look at the estimate, are we actually carrying money in the project for temporary exterior walls that you're going to need to build in this section through here? So, go through here, go to the next phase. So you see this area comes down, which is, these are your 500, 600, and 700 wings come down. Okay. When I talk about building this section, you'll see here, right through here, in this quarter space, which is your courtyard, we can actually build this wall and build an exterior wall here. Because what we want to do, we want to have that building, that addition, stand alone. This could actually stand alone and be a building that stands alone. This would be a building that stands alone. So when I come back in here and take this building down, this can remain, the students can occupy that space. We're not disrupting them. So then you come through, after that's done, taking this section down. Now, this is the issue that we had with this one. We're going to lose the auditorium for a year. There's nothing we can do, and how we can phase it, I can't, because your auditorium's over here. So I looked at, if I separated it here, it just started lengthening the project. There was no way I could actually get the students safely over to occupy this space while I worked my way over. So that's one issue we're going to have to work around. So what we looked at doing was possibly having the choral and the band area in this auxiliary gym, using this, fitness area as a tech ed space, and getting a little creative on the spaces that we have. All right, so that's one downside, and we'll work with the school to see if we can come up with some other plan, but right now, we're looking at the auditorium being offline for a year. So then you get into the final phase, which would be to come in here, construct the auditorium, renovate the 1928 building, finish out the cafeteria. All right, now if you notice, we're having roughly, and Mark talked about it, 46 to 48 months duration of this project. So you're talking a good 4 years from start to finish. Now, the site. All right, so we need to get a little creative here. What we did was we wanted to show you where this new addition would be built. Right? So you say, okay, well, we're taking quite a bit of parking away from the students and the faculty here. So what we need to do, we need to expand some of that parking. So we looked at a couple different issues. First of all, down here in this area. When we came in and we worked on the renovation of the addition on the Farmington Library, we used this as a storage area. So we want to go back and use this as a possible storage area and parking for students, all right, at different times. Because what we're thinking, when we're constructing this, we'll take this area over here, use this as lay-down construction parking for while we construct this. Then we're also going to look to use the tennis courts. Now we're going to work with the school and when we take those tennis courts over, but using that as swing space, because eventually that will become parking lot. Then after this is complete, we'll open this whole section up to parking. Now it will not be in its final configuration because we're going to try to get as much parking out of that area as we can. So we'll work closely with, the site engineer to make sure we have this design. So whether it's a temporary bus loop, whether it's a temporary parent drop-off, we have that all coordinated. We're also going to open up and have an access road through the back because we're going to need some flexibility whether we're constructing, demolishing, and having flow around the building at different times. So as we construct this, we come in here, this is built, we come back here and demolish this. This builds a new addition here, then we come in here, demolish this section, and then build a new addition here. All coordinating our demolition when there's off hours. We don't want to be doing a large amount of demolition and making sure the trucks don't fall when the buses are coming in, parents are coming in, or leaving. So we set that up with all the contractors, so that's clearly understood that they can't move at the same time. So we actually shut down the site at those times when activity's flowing. And you'll see this area when I talked about construction parking or student parking, when we're actually working over here, this would be more construction area because we're going to have all the students over through here. So we kind of separate and move and hop back and forth, and we work closely with the school system to set it up. And we'll actually have meetings with the students and the staff to say, okay, at different times, we're going to do this, we're going to move them here, so everyone clearly understands how this is going to flow. And of course, we meet with the fire marshal and everything. We go over this whole plan, so make sure he has access around the site during different opportunities and different phases. Okay. Mark, it's on to you.
Thank you, Ken. So I just want to highlight the State of Connecticut grant process. Hard to read, I get it. But you heard some of these dates and some of this information already throughout the presentation. So the grant application would be due by June 30th of 2017 to fall within the current guidelines with the State of Connecticut. There'll be two separate applications, one for the high school, one for the Board of Ed. Approval would be next year, May, June of 2018. What are the requirements for the grant applications? There are a couple of application forms themselves, the OSCG 049 and 053, which are fairly simple to put together. Approved ed specs, which we have, enrollment projections, which we already have, total project costs, hard and soft, which we have, and then a number of council resolutions, which we will gather prior to going into the application process. As I mentioned earlier, 19.29% of eligible high school costs are to be reimbursed. What's ineligible? The work on Monteith would not be eligible because it's considered off-site. If you take the building, flip it upside down, what falls off or falls down is considered ineligible. So laptops, things that aren't books, things that aren't affixed to the walls are typically ineligible. And we usually conservatively estimate about 5% of project costs are generally ineligible. And then, as I mentioned earlier, 14.64% of eligible Board of Ed space would be reimbursed of the 29.29%. Costs. now the fun stuff. So, I've made this presentation before, maybe to you all previously, and there are a few factors that come into play when you're talking about budget development, and they're highlighted on the screen. The size of the building, right? You buy a house that's 2,000 square feet versus 4,000 square feet. Size matters when it comes to the overall cost of a project. What dictates the size? As I've mentioned previously, the state of Connecticut uses the highest projected enrollment. The number of students drives the size of the building, as well as the educational specifications. The quality of the building. You buy a house, brick versus vinyl siding. Same logic applies to a commercial building. So having brick, having mansard roofs, having sustainability measures all factor in when we're developing budgets. Having a schematic design package allowed us to understand what those details were. Many districts don't have schematic design drawings, and you're kind of guessing what the quality might be, which is a very risky proposition. Conditions of the site and existing buildings. We have done existing surveys of the site as well as the buildings. We have to identify potential exposures. The last thing we want to do is be here a year and a half from now saying, we didn't get something that's known in the building. So you do the hazardous material abatement, you do the geotechnical exploration to see what's below grade. All of that has been performed and is factored into these budgets. And then the project schedule, Ken talked about the 4 years. We've got to factor in that escalation. It's going to cost more in 2 years to build something than it will today. And all of that gets factored into a budget. In terms of what we use to make up the construction or the makeup of the budget, there's really 5 major categories. The construction cost, which is the site, the building, the construction manager's costs. The furniture, fixtures, and equipment, the loose furniture, the equipment, the technology. Fees and expenses for the consultants. Escalation, and having project contingency to cover the unknowns when you're in design or construction. Those are the major categories for any budget. I don't care if it's a 5,000 square foot shed or a 249,000 square foot high school. In terms of how the project costs break down, this is now we utilize templates that are about 75 line items long. The construction estimate was probably 40 pages long. A lot of detail. We compressed it in a way that you've all seen in the past. So in terms of how it breaks down, the site development cost, the parking lot, the bleacher work, the field work is roughly $13.2 million. The building construction itself is $95.5 million. We've got $6.1 million of contingency for the unknown and about $6.9 million of construction costs for the 1928 building. On top of that, we have, again, as I mentioned, some of the other soft costs, the educational technology of $1.8 million, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment of $2.2 million. We have professional services, fees, expenses of $8.5 million, bonding costs of $200,000, and then special inspection, testing, utility, just miscellaneous expenses of about $960,000, which equals to $135.636 million. In terms of how it affects the taxpayers, Ms. Egan?
Good evening, everyone. Kathy Egan, I'm the town manager. The next few slides I'm going to show are going to be different bond schedules and some different tax impacts. I wanted to qualify my comments that it's very difficult to show exactly what is going to happen because this is really a snapshot in time. We have to make a lot of different assumptions, but I think what my job here tonight is to try to show a realistic impact of what this project's going to be, also showing what some of our existing debt is. But again, there are different assumptions that we're making, and it's just on what we know at this time. So the first thing is our bond schedule, and what this bond schedule shows is a rate of 3.25%, a term of 20 years. It shows our total project cost of $135 million. We did add the estimated grants in for a total net cost of $109 million. This is 20 years. It shows that in year 2, it would be for a house assessed at $2,000, which is our average assessment, would be an average tax of $582.74 in year 2. Year 1, $115.68. Over the course of 20 years, this taxpayer would pay $8,902 for this project. Couple of things, again, I want to qualify. We will not be bonding this project all at once. We'll be probably doing 3 different bonds. But I think what's important to show here, again, is that it is a 109 bond schedule. It would be, $8,902. It also shows the mill rate of 2.51% going up. So I think that allows the public to understand the financial impact on that. So then the second slide is another bond schedule. And what I did for this bond schedule was I showed, again, same rate, 20 years at 3.25% at $135 million. And this is showing with no state revenue, no state grants. Again, the same scenario at year 1 would be $142. Year 2 would be $720. It would go down every year from that, with $11,002 for the average taxpayer at $232,074. Another thing that I thought was relevant that we should mention is that the town of Farmington does have a debt service policy, and it's our debt management policy. And basically what that says is that we shall adhere to a debt management strategy that achieves the goal of limiting annual general fund debt service to 10% of the total general fund budget. With this high school project, showing it at $109 million, is that we have projected our debt service at 13.8, 13.9, 13.4, 11.5, in 2023-24, 10.9, and 10.4. And that is showing with the grants, the state grants. Obviously, we are going to look to, when we go out and finance this, different avenues. Again, it's a snapshot in time. We may look at 25 years bonding to do different things. But the facts remain that we do have a sewer project, and we're taking on that debt, and we're taking on a project, if it passes, at 109 or to $135 million. So this is what our debt schedule is going to look like, very close to it, give or take. The next thing that I thought was important to do is to show a tax and budget worksheet. This is a condensed version of what we show in our budget. And if we start on the left-hand column with the expenditures, this is our adopted budget today that we just adopted in May. Our education budget is $64 million. Our town is $28. Our debt service is $7,315,000, and our capital projects are $2,398,000. Again, it showed our tax rate. Our mill rate went up 0.9% for a 3.5% tax increase. Again, for an average assessment of $232,000. What I did for the projecting out, I made some assumptions. Again, these assumptions could change. They can be variable, but they're based on averages that we've gone through town and, again, what we know today. So we assumed a grand list growth of 0.56% grand list growth each year projected out, which is a little bit lower than what we've had. We do show the state funding levels remaining the same at where we are now at $7,901,000. That's what our funding level is today, and I projected that out. So now you go out to the next column, and what I did is I projected the education budget going up 3%. I projected the town budget going out 2.75%. We have a capital project policy. We're at the debt. This is our debt, which we projected, which includes all our debt. It includes what the school project would be. It would be our sewer project, all our existing debt. So the projected debt is $8,895,000. Then the next item is the capital projects, and we have a policy, and to meet our policy, our capital improvements would be $2,676. If you move down, that would show a tax rate increase of 4.22% in the first year, a mill rate of 27.80. This is again for the average homeowner of $232,000, and a tax increase of $261.22. Again, I've moved out to the next year, 1920. Same assumptions of the Board of Ed at 3%, the town at 2.75. This is our projected debt. This is the year where our balloon payment for our sewer treatment plant comes, we have to start paying for it, and also where the high school would be. That number goes from $8 million in debt service to $15 million in debt service. And then our capital policy would be $2.9 million. Again, this would bring our mill rate change to 2.39%, a mill of overall mill of 30.19 for a average tax increase of 8.58%, or $553.88 for the average homeowner at $232,000. Then we've moved it out one more year. Now we're in 2021. Which again, a 3%, a 2.75%. Our debt has gone up again to $15,623,000, and our policy, our capital would be close to $3 million. Our mill rate would then be 30.99. The mill rate would go up 0.8 for a 2.65% tax increase for another additional $185.71, or 2.65%. The next slide, what I tried to do is that I tried to show, because one of the questions I always get is that what happens if my house isn't valued at $232,000? What happens if it's higher than that? Oh, I haven't moved to it yet. I'm sorry. Just talking. So, let's see. So what I did is that if you remember in the last slide when it was in 1819, the projected tax increase was 4.22%. And I have on the left-hand column the various assessed values. So there's the 232,074, where we talked about the approximate dollar increase was $260.11. Then I went down and I did assessed values at 300, 400, 500, 600, all the way up to $3 million. What I did to make it easier is that I showed what that market value would be. So if your house is if your house is assessed at $300,000, your market value would be $428,000, and your taxes would go up in that year $336.24, and you can see going down the slide. Then for the next year, which was 1920, that was what the tough year with the balloon payment. That's an 8.58%. Again, the same rationale. So if you had a house that was $400,000 assessed, if the market value would be $571, your taxes that year would go up $956. And again, showing as you go out the various the values of your homes. And just the last one was the 2.65, same thing, just showing that, again, if your house was valued at $800,000, you would have, your tax rate would go up $640. And that is it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Committee Member Justin Bernier would like to say a few words.
How do we reverse this? Here we go. Okay. Is there a laser beam up here? That's okay. I've got long arms, I'll point. I felt it was valuable. I'm the dissenting vote on the building committee, so I was the guy that voted against it. And I thought I wanted to come in and give you some reasons why I did that. I originally joined the building committee thinking we were going to try to build a Mercedes-Benz or a Tesla. And what we came out with was really more like a Bentley or a Rolls-Royce. So I tell you that to get quickly to the punchline, I had a lot more prepared notes, but frankly, a lot of things have been covered. I think we can get to where we all want to go without having to spend quite so much. Now, I'm a graduate of FHS. My 8 brothers and sisters also graduated from FHS. I credit any of the success I've had in postgraduate and post-secondary to my FHS career. I also have kids that are going into the system. Now, they're not going to be affected by the construction that's going to go on. I want to talk a little bit about that in a bit because it hasn't really been touched on what's going to happen between that period of 4 years when construction's going on for people that are entering the high school in 2018. But I've got a daughter who's at Noah Wallace. Another one's going to be entering next year. So I'm going to miss a lot of that. But people that have kids right now in the junior high will be very much affected. And I do want to talk about that in a little bit. I want to thank also the town committee, members of the building committee. Really, Kathy Egan's done a great job. Catherine Howard. I can't stress it enough. That's been said, but I do want to add that I disagree with the outcome that we had, but it certainly had nothing to do with the amount of work and effort that went into this. And I do not envy the position that you're in today as a town council, because I view this as having 2 really bad choices before you today. I think that can change in the future, but right now you've got really 2 bad options. The first option is to do nothing. That's an extreme option because we know that we have to do things. We have documented things that are wrong with the high school that need to be fixed. But the other option is equally extreme, and so in some ways more extreme, because we reach a point of no return where we can't go back. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about the finances tonight. That's been hammered hard, but there are very big long-term repercussions. I do think, though, that we have a solution. D1, the proposal that we have, if you could just imagine this high school and shifting it 50% to the right, and adding a gigantic 3-story building, cutting out some pieces here and there, what I'm trying to paint a picture of here is we're building a new school on top of an old school. So for 4 years, students entering in 2018 are going to effectively be going to school in a construction zone. Now, this isn't usually how things are done. I mean, this was a very, very complex phasing project that was laid out. I don't think I'm smart enough to do it. You guys at O&G have been doing this a long time. But that is an extremely complicated phasing plan that I think if you ask any construction professional, they would tell you that is typically not the best way to go about building a new school. Traditionally, what you would do, best practices, and having over the past 16, 18 months, we've talked to a lot of construction professionals, you would build the high school in an adjacent area. So either on a different site altogether or nearby. Build the new high school. When it's finished, the students walk out of the old one into the new one. They're not in a construction zone. Usually the biggest problems are going to be faced by for parking. There might be some other minor inconveniences, but you're not going to have this huge construction zone over the kids for 4 years. That's what we're doing right now. I do think it's unfair to the class that's coming in. We're going to be basically doing new construction on 98%, but the new school is going right on top of here. I bring that up for a second reason. So the first reason that the kids coming in are going to be in a construction zone for 4 years. The second is we're not taking advantage of any of the current infrastructure that we have now, any of the assets that are worth a heck of a lot of money. Now, we explored ways that we might be able to contain costs. I urged the building committee to think about taking the main classroom building from 3 stories down to 2 stories. I did that because the 3-story building that we have planned right now is really what is driving the cost. It's the reason why we can't get the cost of the new high school under $100 million. But if you take it down to 2 stories, right off the bat, you shave about $8 million off the price. But what you also do is you open up other opportunities. We've got a 1996 wing there, just 20 years old. We had a plumbing problem recently at the high school. It's been completely fixed, mitigated. We have no reason to think that there's going to be another problem. There's no documentation that would suggest as much. So we'll be tearing up that 1996 wing, which we just finished paying for. The 2003 wing, which then becomes the middle of the new school, gets all basically completely repurposed or demolished. And we have many years left of payments on that school. The 2003 cafeteria. The new cafeteria we'd be building, because now, remember, we're shifting the high school, so we're going to have to build a whole new cafeteria. The new cafeteria is only going to be about 10 to 15% bigger than this one here. Now, there's been a lot of complaints about the early lunch. I agree. I think it's a terrible problem. We dug into this. The early lunch is not a result of that being an undersized cafeteria. That cafeteria is actually right-sized for the population we have right now. It has to do with scheduling at FHS. We have 9 periods at the school. We're the only school, in fact, that we could identify in Connecticut that has 9 periods. And that creates certain crunches. Even with the new cafeteria, we learned that we will not be able, lunch will start at 10:30 rather than 10 o'clock. So we're only getting 30 minutes improvement on that. We're still going to have to do a rescheduling change, so we haven't fixed the cafeteria issue yet. We have some older, you'll notice the 52, 64. Yes, those are, the bones of those areas are old, but bear in mind, this chart does not represent all of the renovations, the new windows, the new lighting that have been done over the years. You actually would not know that you were in a 1952 building there. It looks quite modern. The gyms, again, we're shifting the high school, so we're destroying these 2 gyms that we have. We're going to spend millions of dollars to create new gyms. Those gyms really have nothing that is so terribly wrong with them that we cannot fix with, in some cases, light renovations. In the old gym, will take a little bit more renovation. But anyone who's been in the new gym understands that that is not a bad gym. Yes, we need to make ADA improvements to it. There's other things we have to do. So what I'm suggesting here is we're creating a ton of churn. By shifting that high school over to the right, we're also orphaning the 1928 building. Now, tonight we've seen a proposal to put the BOE in there, and you know that was really a way to not have to put BOE in the school somewhere else. But ultimately, that raises some very long-term questions about the viability of that building, and I also raise questions about the sensibility of orphaning that building when there's classrooms in there that we could renovate and we can use. So we're getting rid of, in this, and in fact, in every model that we saw that the committee came across, we basically eliminated 100% of the classrooms. As a committee, yes, there were some options where there was more renovation and some less, but we did not price out a renovation option. I can tell you that. It was never done. We tried to get an idea for what a renovation option would be. Some of the committee members tried to do back of the envelope work with some of the contractors to try to figure it out, but we never had that price in front of us. We simply do not know what that price is. As to the prioritization list, there's no list, and I agree, we have to fix everything. We have to make sure that everything is done sensibly and that the school is 100%. But what the prioritization list, the real value to me, in a real loss of not having that, is that we never made a list in the school of what was good and what was bad. We have all this really good stuff. We got a new cafeteria, a new 2003 wing there. That's a beautiful wing if you haven't been there. Bill, congratulations, you did a great job on it. 1996, it works. But we never made a list of what was bad in the school and what was good. And I think that would have really informed our decision from the start on whether to embark on a renovation option or a new construction option. In this case, we went new construction, so we're spending all this money on new construction, but we're doing it like a renovation. We're doing it on the site of the old school. So we're kind of getting the worst of both worlds. We have none of the cost savings that we'd get from a renovation, but we have all of the inconveniences for 4 years for the kids coming into the school, into high school, because we're not doing an actual new build that would alleviate that type of churn and all the inconveniences that come with it. I think it's very unfair. I feel very bad for the parents of students at Irving Robbins who are going to have to put up with that. So this was a really hard effort. we put a lot of work into this. Bruce Chudwick has done a great job in the past in looking at these projects, and I would really encourage you to listen to him and really maybe heed his warning that this particular project proposal in front of us is probably not the solution. We've learned a lot. A ton of work's been done. Kudos to our contractors for putting all this information in front of us, and to the staff, again, I can't say enough. I do think we should go to referendum on this, but not this particular project. We're not doing them any favors, just as we haven't done, in my opinion, we haven't done you any favors tonight by giving you these two extreme options. One option doing nothing, one option of mortgaging the future of the town and getting something that's too expensive that we could get for 70 to 80 million. And pushing that decision onto the people of the town, you're doing the same thing to them that we're doing to you. And I wish that you would send it back to us or to another group, and let's get you something better. And ideally, let's get you options. Let's get you the Rolls-Royce Bentley option, but let's also get you maybe a Subaru option, maybe a nice Outlander, or a Mercedes option, something in between, something that's going to actually show value for what we have at the high school right now. Because we have some fantastic assets there, and I just think it's a complete waste that we would just tear everything up and move that school over 50% because we didn't put the right option in front of you. So I owed it to you to express these concerns. Again, I'm not against this high school being great. I want this to be the #1 high school in the state. My kids are going to be entering this after this project is done. So this is not about saving my kids, but I am very, very concerned about the kids coming in. I'm concerned about the costs. I just don't think we have the best solution in front of us. I think we can do a lot better. So I would respectfully request that you truly consider some of the things that were said today. Let's take a step back and let's get you something better before we go to referendum and make the people of Farmington have the same extreme choice that's before you today. Thank you.
What we'll do to continue is we're going to have questions from the council first. Any questions we have of anybody on the building committee or of Kathy with financing or Joe. And then we will go through and talk about how we want to vote. Right now, we want to ask if there are any questions the council has. So I want to bring any questions to them that you might have. So.
And can I just start, just because the last speaker brought up a bunch of things that I would like your answer, because I wasn't like some of the other council members at every one of the meetings. The viability of the different sections of the high school, what can be reused, what cannot be reused. I know that you guys went in depth into each one of those. If you can just speak a little bit to some of the issues that just came up, as well as putting it on a different site. I know originally one of the options was putting it much farther back in the corner where one of the fields are, and there was a lot of backlash from the community. You can just go through the process for us, because not everyone here was there, and just why we're here today with this option.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it starts with the statement of needs, right? That has been the driving principle for this project, right? Tackling everything within that statement of needs. The ADA, the code, the sprawl, the Board of Ed, moving programs from off-campus to on-campus. That has been the driving factor for all of the options. So when Castle Booze started piecing together the options, taking the existing footprint and just renovating it didn't address the statement of needs. That doesn't address the sprawl issue. So, yes, they did look at ways to reuse as much of the existing building as possible. But it's very difficult when you have to expand the cafeteria for the additional capacity, reducing the lunch waves. You can't just renovate that. You need to expand it. So you need to demolish something and construct new space. It's simple to say, yeah, let's just renovate the auditorium. But to make it ADA compliant, you need additional space for that. Same thing with the auditorium, increasing the capacity of the auditorium. So, you know, if the statement of need read something other than what it read, there could have been other options potentially to explore. And they did look at keeping as much of the existing building, yet adding, you have to add those clusters, you have to add those academic spaces to eliminate the sprawl, right? To create communities where I'm going from this room to that room, not from this wing to that wing, you know, going from history to science. And as Bill described, when you start pricing out renovation and new construction, it is way more restrictive on renovation costs. And 3 construction phases, 5 total phases with demolition is extreme. But we've been involved with projects where you are literally piecemealing pieces together. We're working together, Region 14, Nanawaga High School, right? No additions, but they're renovating a fair amount of that. There's portables, there's loss of space, there is way more disruption than just, you know, piecemealing demolition and new construction, which are factors in all of this. So the building committee looked at all the options, the renovation options, the new construction. There was another option that wasn't really presented. It was a concept of putting the new building where the parking lot is. So where the current pod is, or the current cluster on the eastern side of the site, so you know where the clusters are right now, all of that would be the new building. But it would have been really close, and the neighbor who
And then the poor, yeah, the neighbor who's
yeah,
worried about
he would have had a
50
building,
feet would have
you
had.
know, 100 feet from his house, not a parking lot.
Okay.
So the building committee didn't even want to entertain that, so that one didn't really advance too far. But again, factoring in the statement of need is what drove all of these options, and the building committee chose what they thought was the best option that addressed the statement of needs.
And can you go backwards a little farther for people who weren't here from the, but where does the statement of needs come from? Like, I mean, I think, again, this, not everyone's been watching this process from the beginning. If people understand where that came from and why there's not this priority list of A, you know, we want A, B, C, D, E, and F, and, you know, why it's more of a holistic approach versus a priority approach.
Yeah.
I know, I think
As I
everyone
started,
needs-
when
yeah.
I first started, our direction, our orders, quite frankly, are the statement of needs. And that was a document that was generated by the Board of Education. So I think Kathy can speak to that.
So I think we had both Nancy and Bill kind of tell the history, and we had started with looking at our auditorium, and then we looked at the whole facility, and Tecton did a facility study, a pretty comprehensive one. It is on the website if anyone wants to look through that. And from that facility review, a statement of need was created. At the end of the statement of need, there is a priority list that the board had created and then sent to the town council. It was one of the things that the town council was looking for, was some kind of prioritizing of what was needed. So if you look on the website of the Farmington High School building project, you'll see the statement of need, and it's very detailed. And then at the end, I think it's 1 through 8 is the priorities that the board had when it came to that comprehensive facility study. But it was an in-depth study of the high school, which kind of came from an initial auditorium renovation that we really wanted to look comprehensively at the entire facility.
And just to follow up one other thing that we were talking about, one of the other things that was just brought up is that, this inconvenience for the kids for the next 4 years. Now, I've got an 8th grader who's going to be a 9th grader. I'm all about the better good for Farmington 50 years from now. If my daughter's going to be inconvenienced for 4 years, it's not about me. It's about overall what's best, but that's one person's individual view. Why didn't we go for a brand new building at a different location and do that nice little walkthrough at the very end? Because I know you did consider that.
Yeah.
Why was that option eliminated?
It was the most expensive, and there was concern of putting it on the fields up on the site, and now you've got the neighbors up there who are now going to have a 250,000 square foot building in their backyards. Again, it was one of the options considered. I mean, I can't speak for every individual building committee member that considered it and why they voted against
But
it.
it was the most expensive by far.
It was the most expensive at the time.
So if we're worried about this price tag, it would have been significant.
That would have been higher.
Okay.
Correct.
Peter.
Can you just go over the ground rules maybe one more time in a little bit more detail over the reimbursement policies from the state and what a renovation versus a new construction versus, there was a third one.
Alteration, extension,
Alteration.
right.
Can you just lay that out again?
Sure. So there are 3 categories for reimbursement from the state of Connecticut: renovation status, extension alteration status, or new construction status. The reimbursement rate for the town of Farmington is 29.29% for renovation status or extension alteration.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, you can.
Just for the public and other people, can you give a little definition of what those subtitles mean
Absolutely.
to that?
So our renovation status is the entire building when you're done. We meet a 25-year lifespan. Systems, the facility, the roof, the windows, the exterior walls, it is a like new building. That's why it's called renovate like new. Okay? The problem we had when we explored that option, and we did explore that option, is 75% of the existing building has to be at least 30 years old. That's other factors, but once we didn't meet that, it ended the conversation.
Right.
So now we have 2 options: extension alteration or new construction. Extension alteration, you still get 29.29%, but the ineligibles go way up. Finishes, you only get reimbursement on repurposing existing spaces. So if a classroom became a cafeteria, you would get reimbursed for that, or code upgrades. So traditionally, if it's a $100 million project, the ineligibles are closer to $80 million versus a new construction where you have only 19%, but the ineligibles are roughly 5%, not 80%. And those are calculations that we work with when we're coming up with town share, state share, and overall project costs. Does that answer?
I just thought it'd be important to hear that again and let people hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And something that I know, a question I have, which I don't know who answers it, Kathy, but one of the things I think in all that we're doing here is to get the public to be aware of all of the options and all the costs and have us do that sitting here. But what I need to have explained to me about the cost, the 135 or 135.9, whatever it is. So we have that number. What about the interest? When we talk about the fact that if it was actually 135 or 6, let's just say that, use round number. If it was 136 that we were actually going to be the cost of the building, whether, let's just say that's what it is. It's no reimbursables from the state. How does that actually get costed out? Because there's interest. So I'm a little bit confused about, I know there's a line item of $200,000 that says bonding and interest.
Right.
What does that mean? I need to understand that better.
I think there's a couple questions, and I asked our finance director, Joe, exactly that question today. So Joe is, I think, in the back of the room, if maybe he could answer that question for us. Up here.
There we go.
And we're not going to talk first, Mark. Let's just talk about the overall interest and how that gets calculated, and then Joe can just briefly mention that, but
I don't know what the $200,000 line item is in the calculation. I wasn't part of that. I'm not sure what that means or what that's for. Think about borrowing in terms of a mortgage. You borrow for a mortgage. You buy a $500,000 home. Okay, you're thinking you're buying a $500,000 home. You're taking out a loan for $500,000. You never see what the mortgage is you're paying on that. You see an interest rate. I'm going to get 2%. By the time you pay that mortgage off over 30 years or 15 years, you've paid back the $500,000 plus you've paid the interest. So the interest doesn't get shown in any of these calculations here. The interest is something that you're going to pay as you go along each year, and it's going to be part of your budget. It's not something you bond. It's not something that gets incorporated into the project. It's something that actually gets incorporated into your everyday expenses. So that's where the extra interest, when you see this project, yes, this project, the construction is going to cost you $135 million. Overall, over 20 years or 30 years or 25 years, this project's going to cost you $135 million because you're going to pay that back, plus it's going to cost you whatever the interest was. So again, it's the same principle as your mortgage. Over 30 years, you're going to pay $750,000. You're not going to pay $500,000. You're going to pay the $500 for what you borrowed, but you're going to also pay the bank or the mortgage company the interest that they, earn because they gave you the money up front. So that's basically what the interest cost is.
Right, so Joe, like, again, just in very simple terms, if you were buying a $500,000 house and then had your mortgage payment on the $500,000, just like we're having our mortgage payment on the 136, you're not taking a mortgage out for the mortgage plus the interest, so you're not taking a mortgage out for $750,000.
No, you're taking the mortgage out for whatever you need to borrow. So in this case, I guess, based on a reimbursement rate, you're talking $110 million. So you're going to take a mortgage out for $110 million. You're going to pay interest on that mortgage over the course of 25 or 30 years or 20 years. And you're not going to borrow that interest payment, but you're going to pay that back every month or every year based on out of your pocket. It's going to come out of what you earned that year, and that's what you're going to pay back.
Okay, so I'll say it's very true that we're going to pay more than that because you pay interest.
Yes.
That's just so we're not going to show that here, but we know.
Well, I think you do show that.
Right there.
I mean, yes.
That bottom line on this one here.
Yes, yes.
The actual total cost of this project, after
I didn't mean
20 years, is going to be $185 million. It's not, because you're
It
going to pay
isn't
the
the
interest
130,
on the
okay.
borrowing.
Just so that, I just needed to make sure that was clear, because a lot of questions have come out about it. And it is true, we do pay more than the 135, but that's the interest that's going to come over
Right.
time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and you both have
Yeah,
questions.
quick question. So we're okay, and I think this might be a Kathy Egan question, but we're talking about this as a $135 million project. But I believe that the intent is to not have it be a $135 million project. The intent is to have state grant funding, which would take it down to 109, 110. So my question is, what happens, but I understand, according to bonding rules, you need to show the full 135 project cost at referendum. Again, that's not necessarily our intent to get to 135 million. So what happens if we don't get state funding? Do we have protection somewhere along the way to change the scope of the project to, again, be at that more 109 level of intent? And I'm not sure if that's a Kathy question or who.
Yeah, it's probably a more appropriate question for the second item on your agenda,
Yeah,
which you probably would get to tonight. But no, you don't. Okay, you're going to authorize the borrowing, you're going to authorize an appropriation, or referendum's going to authorize an appropriation of $135.6 million. The way the resolution is written, and actually the way the question is, if you look at the question that's in the warning, the question does say, less grants anticipated to be X to come to a total project cost of Y, which is like $110 million, 109 and change. The resolution also says that if you do not get the grants, or if the town does not receive the anticipated grants, the school building committee, whoever that will be, assuming it's the existing committee, they will have the ability to reduce the scope of the project to meet the 110 million, but they are not required to do so, and it's not mandatory that they do so.
So the opportunity exists, if we do not get state funding, the opportunity exists for us not to bear the full 135.6 million.
There's an opportunity for the school building committee
The building committee.
to do that, right.
John?
Yeah, to follow up on that, kind of a question and a comment, both. When you borrow $136 million, you're paying interest. It's going to be $184 million. When you borrow $110 million, you're paying interest. It's going to be $149 million. You have that out there. So I guess my comment is, this is an extraordinary project, one that the town has never seen before. And, when you spoke to signing a mortgage, and the first thing that you do when you sign a mortgage is on the very first page is a truth in lending document. And it's federal law. And there's a reason that there's a truth in lending document, and that's so that you know exactly how much you're borrowing and how much you're going to pay back. And yeah, a mortgage at 6%, you're going to pay back like 2.5 times the price of the house or whatever it ends up being. So I believe that this project, being as extraordinary as it is, which potentially could be upwards of $184 million, that's $48 million in interest alone. That's a real number. That's a real number that the town of Farmington, the taxpayers, are paying back. In fact, that number ironically matches the bond that we just took out for the most expensive project this town has ever done in the sewer plant. It's just kind of funny that they're both pretty much the same number. And so we hemmed and hawed for a long time over a $48 million sewer upgrade, which is $65 million plus some other towns paying it back to bring it down to right around $48 million. And it went to referendum and whatnot. So I just feel that if we're paying $48 million in interest on a project, and we went through all that trouble for a $48 million bond on another project, the public should be clearly aware of that in some way, shape, or form. So I look at this document here, and I guess my suggestion would be, I'm not going to badmouth the document, but maybe just a suggestion, and you can take it or leave it, but if this does pass tonight and go to referendum, and then you put out some documentation, maybe a couple things on here. You have sort of a truth in lending on here, how much the total cost is, and potentially, and you could do both options, 110 or 135 or 184 or 149. But then also another thing which I actually received a couple questions on was this first year tax impact, $115. It probably should be disclosed on here somewhere that only covers October to December because it's partial year. It just would, I had a bunch of people ask, well, why is it only 115 in the first year? And then it I don't know, maybe just, I don't want to get into the weeds, but.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you, but I can't speak to the
no, and that's why I said,
publication that comes
it's
out.
a question and a comment, and my comment is going to the building
but
committee who's here.
If you recall at the last council meeting, we went through the various scenarios for how I thought this would go in terms of what, at that time, we understood the construction schedule to be, which I guess is a little different now. But that $115 or whatever it was based on a very small issue taking place, assuming the project passed in June. There would be an issue. I mean, you have to pay these gentlemen over the next year before construction starts.
Right.
So we would be issuing anywhere between $10 and $15 million to pay these people. And we would need, that 115 comes from an issue of basically, 15 million, I think it's actually $16 million that we looked at. That's where the 115 comes from. When you start getting to construction, those numbers get a lot bigger. Instead of a $15 million issue, your next issue is probably on the magnitude. Again, looking at briefly what they showed for a construction schedule tonight, your next issue is probably $48 million. Your next issue after that is probably another $48 million.
Right.
So you're looking at, it gets bigger because you're going to issue more debt. But it's not, it has nothing to do with how long we're borrowing the money. It's when we're borrowing, how much we're actually borrowing.
Okay.
Is what really that 115 and all those other numbers look at.
And one of the things, John, that is different about this newsletter and we are going to send out an explanatory text.
Yeah.
And the explanatory text has to be, it's very specific rules that go into an explanatory text. So we have to work on that. Regardless of even the section you're talking about, because again, these are based on all sorts of assumptions, and the explanatory text is, it has to be very specific. And this newsletter has to, it's an informational newsletter. And just one of the things just to note is that we hemmed and we talked about it quite a bit because we've never shown it like this year one and year two, but we didn't think it would be fair just to show year one because that's not really what the impact was going to be, but because we know what the bonding would be, we showed year two in it, so it would be that really the impact is in the second year, not the first year. But the explanatory text, though, is something that we're going to show, and I think one of the things that in the explanatory text, if we're able to do it, if we do something similar to this, we're going to do this with the reimbursement and without the reimbursement.
Okay.
And also, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, one of the things that I know this is done a little differently than we did previously with like the sewer. I mean, us talking about, what the detail that we're going into. But I think the reason, for me, the reason is we've never spent this much money or talked about spending this much money in the town. So to give the public as much information as we can is really important. If we're going to move forward with this, it's really important that they can look and see exactly. That's why I think us doing this kind of, the chart that you gave, this chart, but also the chart that doesn't look at the 232. I mean, in addition to that, it looks at what is your, if you have a $400,000 house, if you have a 500, because it's really not to show those, what it really means to the individual taxpayer out there, I think is just disingenuous on our part. So I think, not that it hasn't been done yet, I think when we move forward, the facts that we put out really have to be showing people what does it mean, just so that the people that are here that want to support this or not know what it means for them. And then, you know, we go with it. But this kind of thing, I think, is, we've never done this before. So I think it's important that we have as much information as we can as to what does it mean for every taxpayer. And that's just guidance through, you know, it's a different time right now. Amy?
Yeah, I think Nancy and I are 100% agreement on this. The biggest thing for me is when people, if we follow what many people in the audience have said tonight, in the let the voters decide, we need to educate the voters. And if you're voting for the high school, you're voting for a tax increase. And we want to make sure everyone knows what they're voting for. And as long as they're fully educated, then we feel confident that they can make that decision. One thing I wanted to ask Kathy Greeter about, a bunch of people brought up the accreditation issue, and how this is the second time that we've been, I guess, warned for our facilities. What does that really mean? Like, our school system is sort of one of the gems of this town, both from an education standpoint and from why people come here and property values. We get the scary thing about accreditation. Tell us what the nuts and bolts of what that means and how it can impact us.
So I'll ask Dr. Silva to come up just to maybe give a little more information. But generally, we're visited every 10 years. We go through a self-study the year before we're visited, and there are standards that we have to provide evidence of. And then we have a visit. And there were 16 individuals who visited, and they do lots of interviews. They go into classrooms, they watch instruction, they talk to the Board of Ed, they talk to parents, they talk to students, teachers, and they want, what they're looking for are those standards and what was placed in the self-study actually true, and that they can find evidence of that. So in our report, the past 10 years, when I arrived, I read that report as a new superintendent because it happened maybe a couple of years before I arrived. And it had significant, next steps. And there were, these issues of the facility highlighted in that report.
That was one 10 years ago?
10 years ago. We were not put on warning 10 years ago. It was do something about this and then update us every few years. And so then they came back. And they said, oh, there are the same issues in the facility that we identified 10 years ago. And so that's when they say, you're not making progress in addressing these issues. And they put us on warning for one standard. So I'll have Dr.
It's non-education,
Silva
but
explain.
What does that mean?
It's one standard, not the entire, our entire accreditation is not on warning. One of the standards related to school facility, community resources to support learning.
And I guess if you can also talk to the ramifications of that.
Mm-hmm. So, in the worst case scenario, we have to give reports to the New England Association of Schools and Colleges to update them on all of the recommendations that they made. Because we were put on warning status, we were given additional reports. They wanted reports more frequently. So our first report, we needed to report on the standard for which we were put on warning. So, we could explain in that report that a building committee had been established, that it was proceeding with determining possible options, and that's what we did. We had that report that was due actually last March. We have another report due in October, which would be our official 2-year report. And again, they'll say, so where are you now? It's not like you responded once and then we don't have to respond again. We have to give continual updates. Now, in the worst case scenario, a warning status could lead to being put on probation or ultimately could lead to loss of accreditation. I mean, that's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen because you miss one deadline, but it is, that's where that process leads to. And loss of accreditation, you have to certify. Most colleges and universities only accept students from accredited schools. I mean, so again, I mean, I'm not trying to use a scare tactic, but that's the logical sequence. If you don't address a warning status, and they don't tell you how to address it. They in a specific way. They don't say you must do a new building versus some other option. But they've addressed a significant issue with the facility. And the interesting thing about it is not just the facility as facility, it's the facility, how it impacts teaching and learning in the building. If they said, well, gee, you can do a great job, but the facility ain't in great shape. No, but they're saying the facility is impacting teaching and learning and in a negative way. And that is what makes it so important to address these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure.
Yeah. So when will they be visiting again?
They visit again in 10 years.
Okay.
So it would have been 10 years from 2014.
Okay.
I may have that date wrong.
So around
2015. But as I say, we have periodic reports by which we give our, in theory, you're supposed to have show completion of all the recommendations by your 5-year report.
Is it safe to say that since you have a building committee that's looking over these issues, that is enough to satisfy them in the interim? And let's say, for instance, the building committee does have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a different plan. Would that satisfy the report?
I can't speak. I will say that the report that we filed in March, their response back to that was, thank you for your response, you're still on warning.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Meredith, go ahead.
There was a mention on a slide of FF and E, and I was just wondering if somebody could explain that a little bit in terms of when there's a new building. I'm assuming that includes everything that goes into the building, like carpet, window treatments,
Yes.
projectors. I mean, what is FF&E, and what of the existing furniture, equipment, are we able to reuse?
Right. So the window treatments, the blinds, that's part of the building construction. The furniture, fixtures, and equipment are the chairs you're sitting in, these chairs. This would be considered millwork. This is part of construction. So the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we've identified in our budget are student tables, student chairs, office tables, office chairs, credenzas, bookshelves, wardrobe closets, if we don't have anything fixed in. For the technology, it's projectors or smart boards. Because we're still in early design, we've only developed a budget. And at this stage, for a new building, you generally account for all new furniture, fixtures. Obviously, if there is newer technology, now, don't forget we're talking about occupying in at least 3 years, so it could be new today. It'll be 3 years old when they occupy the academic wing, and then obviously as you move along, it'll be even further along. We would transfer those over. But from a budgetary perspective, we have been using about $1,200 per student for the furniture and $1,200 per student for the technology. Most design firms tell you that that's not enough. They struggle to meet the educational requirements for the furnitures and the technology for $1,200 per student. So for this particular case, we use $1,300 per student for a budget. Just because you have it doesn't mean you have to spend it, but that's what we've utilized for budgeting for new furniture. We didn't assume anything would be transferred over. Maybe some of the existing auto shop or wood shop equipment, would move over, but we planned on new building, new furniture.
Might it, I mean, just thinking out loud, might it be possible to take what you're not transferring and put it in schools where similar furniture, equipment, whatever, is even older? I mean.
Good.
I don't know where, is that a possibility?
Yeah.
I'm saying if you're not gonna reuse it in the new school, yeah, does IAR need it? I mean, that kind of stuff? Okay, okay. Like, where does it go?
Right, it would probably go to IAR or one of our, yes, because it is a need across the district. But what we could keep at the high school, we would. We would do that. That would be our first priority. What can we keep there? And then we would say, okay, what we're not keeping, what's appropriate for the other schools.
Well,
We've seen it
concerned me
donated
too
as
that
well.
Every year, we put about $500,000 into technology. I would expect that doesn't have to go anywhere. We've been in our capital and in our every year. I can't imagine that last year's money would go to that technology. I mean, I know it ages, but we put tremendous amount in. I can't imagine all that has to go.
No,
Right,
we
okay, thank you.
send it down to the younger, so the high school usually has the most up-to-date technology, and then as we purchase new technology, Matt's here, we usually then send that technology as it ages to other schools, similar to when you were on the board and what we've always done in Farmington, to get the most use out of it.
And my understanding over time of building committees and projects is that as you go through the process, and you can, that you have, as you say, you have this right now. As you go through and you fine tune, you really get into it, you're going to see things, and even what the building committee has now established as the prices, it changes. Because you go into something and say, oh, we don't need, whether it's a facility, whether it's the FF&E, or whether it's a door, or whatever it could be, that as you go through, that the building committee's process is to continually refine that, and you work together to do whatever may come up that changes. So it's not uncommon for the building committee to make changes as you go along, or, is my experience, so that happens.
It's
all the
common
time.
that they change. It's very common that they approve every expenditure.
Right.
So all of the detail that we went through for the building so far with the subcommittees and the working groups, that will happen for the FF&E package as well.
As well.
Absolutely. I mean, the state requires you to bid that separately. The state has to approve the package separately. They review what's eligible, what's ineligible. They're very involved as well with the furniture, fixtures, and equipment package.
Other questions? Right now.
Just one little one, I promise.
Little one? Just a little one?
Just a little one, I promise, no more. Your project contingency, you have $6 million and you all have done this a lot. Is that realistic in light of this project? Because there's a lot of moving pieces. Are you being, are you comfortable with that number? Are you adding a few extra million just again? There's just so many things that can potentially go right and wrong, but still a lot of money.
We would never broadcast a number that we're not comfortable with. With a new construction, you have less surprises for the unknown. With the due diligence that has already been performed with the building in terms of the environmental condition, the environmental status, we've built those costs into the project within the building construction costs. So we feel confident that the contingency that's within the project budget is comfortable for this project.
Right.
And then there are processes, that we'll employ during design to make sure that we minimize the potential use of contingency.
And then in let's say your last 15 projects, because you all have a lot more experience than we do, is your track record that you pretty much come in where you're supposed to? I mean, what are the things that can surprise us? Because clearly this room doesn't want it to be more than 109 million.
Yeah, I'm confident in saying that the projects that we've had managed for our clients, where we have been brought in early enough, have all come in under budget.
Okay.
Sometimes we inherit projects that are in construction that are already over budget, and I can't fix that.
Yeah.
But when we have inherited, or we've started with projects We're developing budgets, working with construction managers to develop construction estimates. Almost 100% have come in under budget.
Yeah,
You wanna-
we'll just walk. Development. And at the end of that phase, we do a separate estimate. So you see where you're standing. So you're always monitoring to make sure you're on budget. And then after that gets approved and reviewed by everybody, put as construction documents. And then you estimate that out. So then you check it to make sure you're still on budget. And then go out and advertise. Publicly bid all the packages. So you will get, all the numbers come back to the town of Farmington. So you see it's all open book. You see where you're at. So you're not gonna start construction over budget. You have, you checks and balances all the way through to make sure you stay on budget. And then we give you a guaranteed maximum price for the project. We lock into that. We're responsible to build it for that. And the whole goal is, once you approve that dollar amount, you're locked in. You're not, you either make changes to the scope, you change it, you're locked into that amount.
After the design.
Right, well, as you progress with the design, you are constantly pricing it out to stay on budget. And what happens is, say if we give you an estimate, the next estimate we give you, you'll see if there's a changes in the concrete, you'll see that number go up or down. And you can say, why do we have so many changes? Why do we have so many changes in the windows? And we can talk about that, and that's the information we give to the building committee, so they clearly understand. And then if there comes an issue, how we have to use the contingency, okay, everyone sees why they're using the contingency, whether it's a change in the scope after you authorize the bid, or if it's a design change, something they encountered in more investigations.
Or Ken, the opposite way.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We have to come back, right, it's not uncommon to turn back
all
a tremendous
there.
amount of money to, that's,
Right.
that is not uncommon, no. So that's, we have enough fail safes to keep you on budget and actually turn money back.
Well, and it's, the couple things important to just talk about publicly is there are a lot of things that can happen that happen along a project. So that for the community to understand that even though we're where we are today with the project, with the Board of Ed, with the building committee and all, that as you proceed, it's commonplace, and I know I'm repeating this, but I'm doing it for, it's commonplace to have changes happen and everybody move forward with the things that, as you progress, changes happen.
Right, and everyone sees all those changes, everything's
Right,
documented.
correct.
It's our open book. Yeah.
Right. And secondly, what the information that we have talks about us not having, you're going to design for a year, approximately. Let's say that it was June 2018, we were looking at the, actually this, our expectation at this point for money from the state. So you're designing for a year. We look at the design. We're going to know, if not, in 2 months, that everything's gone to, where. If everything's good and we're moving along, in a year from your design, we should know where we are with the state, which would then allow us as a council, the building committee, who has the authority, if we have no funding and we're back at the 109, and the building committee can say, because you have 28,000 million, excuse me, 1,000 was hopeful, $28 million we're not getting from the state. At that point, the building committee can say, we need to rethink this. So it gives us time before you're going out to bid, to actually have another relook at the state, because the uncertainty is just so, it's just, everybody expressed it today, whether you're for or against this, that the uncertainty is just mind-boggling.
Right,
And
you're locked into a construction contract.
right, and I think part of, my job, our job is to protect the town from that. And we know, as it was explained before, that the intent is certainly that we're going to have we're not going to be paying 136, that we're going to be paying, plus interest, I understand. But, so we have that opportunity in a year to look at it and say, and the building committee has a chance to look and say, where are we at this point? So I think that's important. It's important for me to say that and know that that's part of the discussion, because otherwise the cost is very different. So, anyway, that's just another thing that I concern and share, because some of the people today did mention, what does it mean for the rest of the town? What does it mean for the other buildings? I mean, we did a comprehensive study, as we talked about. There are needs, and how are we going to address it and balance it as a council? That's difficult. But we're, you know, those are all things that we have to look at and address, and our budgets, so.
Jean was tr-
Want to say something?
Jean?
I just wanted to say that school projects typically in Farmington have given money back, and Westwoods gave somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 back. The building committee will vote on every single little detail and watch that closely. We've already shown that we've tried to keep this project down, and we'll try and keep it even further down. That's all I want to say.
Are there other questions? Let's just, oh, Bill, go ahead.
To that
Yep.
discussion, again, just so your expectations are not too high, if there's a potential that our $135 million doesn't get any state reimbursement, and we have to go to $110 million, you will not see the same school that you, I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that, because you're not taking out a different ceiling
Yep.
or different carpet, you're making major changes to the building.
Thank you, point well taken.
Can't do it the same amount?
Are there other questions before, we're only on this first motion?
Oh, gosh.
No other questions? Okay. Are there any comments people want to make at this point before we actually vote? John, you want to?
Could I just make just one?
Yeah, you can.
Just
Certainly.
not a comment, but just to understand what this motion is. So this motion, by our ordinance, the council has to approve the schematic drawings and the project cost estimates. So what you're doing here, if approved, is that the presentation and the cost estimates. The second item on the agenda is the
That's
item
different.
about going to referendum.
Right.
So just so we have to do this based on our own ordinance. The school board had to do it also, and they approved the same motion last night. So just so everyone's clear on that.
Okay. This is E2, which is approving the schematic drawings and the project cost estimate.
Do you want discussion on that, or do you want?
I think you already moved it.
Well,
We
it's already
moved it,
moved.
right.
I want to know if anyone wants to make a comment on,
Yeah, I'll make a comment. I just want to say, as a non-voting member of the building committee, I've had the opportunity to watch them thoroughly and thoughtfully deliberate and work this out for a period of time that seems very long. I guess it's over a year. And I just want to say that I'm going to support their recommendation because it addresses both the infrastructure and the educational needs of our students, and it does it for generations to come. I think it just gets it right, which is where we started. We wanted to get it right. And it gets it right, and they came by the solution in the right way. And I just wanted to say that's why I'm going to support this motion.
other, John?
Sure, I'll make a comment on this motion as well. I just want to say that the schematic drawings that you presented and the presentation is beautiful. It's a beautiful school, no question about it. I saw the presentation at lunch today and was thoroughly impressed. However, yeah, I feel strongly that the financial aspect of this is just way overboard, and I'll speak to that when we get to the next motion. So I want to commend the building committee. You did a tremendous job, a lot of work, but I think that it's just too much for the town to bear at this point.
Okay, anybody? John?
So I also wanted to thank the building committee. I've attended most of the building committee meetings. I've observed the process. I've seen where people made changes, where they didn't. If the building committee was given a list of specifications and were told, do as many as you can for 50 million, they'd have recommended less than the full list for 50 million. They were given a problem to solve, and that was to do all the specifications, and that's what they did. And a vast majority of the building committee came up and said, this is the building that fits that need and fits all those needs. And so I'd like to commend them for doing that, and let's move forward.
I'm going to make some comments. I want to say that the building committee, in my opinion, did a wonderful job on this. I think it meets the needs, the building going future to solve a lot of the issues and problems that are there now and going to take care of it for a very long time. I will support this moving forward. I think the building committee did a wonderful job. I've watched a lot of the the tapes and read a lot of the minutes of these meetings, and I think they did a wonderful job on their due diligence on this. I think they did scour this pretty good, and I will support this.
I mean, I'm not going to repeat. I just want to point out on one of the many things you all did well, and Meredith, I put you very much in that group. You made sure the public knew what was going on. I mean, I would go to an IAR, I don't know, music concert, and there were you had the huge posters everywhere. Like everywhere I went in Farmington for the past month, there was building committee information. You went out of your way to get the information to people, and that's enormously important, especially with something with this kind of price tag and this has this impact. And you endured a ton of questions from us, and I really feel like you looked at every possible angle. This is not easy for any of us. There's no perfect answer, but I appreciate the effort and I appreciate the transparency. And I really feel like the building committee, as well as Meredith and everyone else in the council, has really tried to let the public know what's going on. Anyone who wants to pay attention knows what's going on and has an opportunity to come and speak. And I was enormously encouraged tonight that we had a full house. Whether you agree or you disagree, it just shows, once again, that we have a phenomenal town of people who genuinely care. And showing up and speaking just says that you really care about this town. And everyone was very respectful, which I appreciate.
I'd like to thank the building committee. When we first started this out, I kept on saying I wanted to see a brick and mortar building. And you guys come up with a brick and mortar building. Looks nice. I'd like to see a little less glass, but it does look nice. I'd like to thank everybody on the committee. Bill did a great job. Everybody showed up on time for most of the meetings, look like, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So I just quickly, you've heard a lot from me already, but I think it's a really difficult decision for the council to make. It's a lot of money to move forward to the public, and to me, that's what it is. It's moving it forward to our community to make the decision. It's important for us to show them what is it really going to cost, and what does it mean for the town. And I think it's important. We don't know what the state funding is going to be. There are a lot of unknowns right now, and I just feel I want to move it to the town and have them tell us what they think they need to do. So everything, the building's beautiful. It's up to the community to say yes or no. So, okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Okay. Second motion.
I move to approve the attached resolution and warning recommending the appropriation and authorizing the borrowing of $135,636,900 and to set a special town meeting on June 5th, 2017 and a referendum on June 15th, 2017.
Second.
Okay, discussion on this, John. Oh, did you want to say anything, Kathy?
I was just going to explain the motion a little bit.
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
That-
go ahead.
Okay, so again, this is your resolution, your warning, and it's the authorizing of the total amount for the borrowing. It's setting the special town meeting. It is also, should be noted, sending this to an 8-24 for the town planning and zoning department. So that is everything. Just make sure everyone's clear. You are required to put the total amount, and so that is done. The question, I think you should note the question, which is on page 4. It does talk about an anticipated net project cost of $109 million. That's something that we worked with the bonding council on to have that added to the question. But because I think that the intent is that we really want the project to come in more, the spending of that amount of money. So also what we talked about a little bit earlier, it is the building committee. It's not the town council that's changing the scope. It's the building committee, and they're not required to do that. But again, I think that you all have mentioned what your intent is, but the two things is that we are designing right now to a $135 million project, not to a $109 million project. So, but obviously we will be looking for savings throughout the whole thing, and that the building committee has the authority to change the scope if they choose to, based on this resolution, which is the details are attached. So I just want to make sure everyone understood that.
John?
So a couple things. One, I feel strongly that this motion, because of the extraordinary size of this project, I feel strongly that this motion should include some sort of truth in lending type statement, so that the residents out there, when they're going to the polls, they know that they're actually pulling the lever, yes, for a $184 million project over 20 years. And I know that that's not normal and not common, but also it's not normal and not common to put a $135 million referendum, bond to referendum. So, take that for what it's worth. But I've been following this project obviously for as long as it's been since its inception, and over the last couple of weeks, I've been struck with the sticker shock and the shell shock, and I've done a lot of thinking and a lot of research. So, so I put together some prepared remarks, which I'd like to address to this body, and because I think it's just easier for me to articulate that way because I had a lot that I was concerned with. So I will start with that, and I start with the word colleagues, but I'm going to use what Bill used today at lunch, and that's friends. So I thought that was well put today, Bill. We can all agree that Farmington High School can use some attention, updating, modernization, and certainly a lot of TLC. It's the beacon on the hill, the pride of education in Farmington, the tribe, and it's why so many of us reside here. I can certainly agree and attest to that. However, I sit up here tonight with grave concern for the future of Farmington and Farmington High School. It is for this reason that I will not be supporting the motion on the floor to send this plan to referendum. While I certainly do appreciate the time and the effort this committee of my friends and peers and the leaders of the town, the Board of Education, have heretofore put forth, and I absolutely agree that action needs to be taken at Farmington High School, I do strongly believe that there is much more work and due diligence that can be put into this project before presenting it forward to the town for a vote. It is my duty and responsibility as a member of your fiduciary board to request an exploration of more options, including non-infrastructure solutions such as scheduling and additional staffing that do not pose such an unbearable financial burden to our town, its residents, and our future. As we are all aware, the state rating was just recently downgraded by 3 different agencies: Fitch, Moody's, and most recently Standard & Poor's, the big 3 trifecta. Our capital city and neighbor next door is on the verge of bankruptcy and is knocking on our door and our neighbors' doors looking for a handout. The headlines aren't favorable for the financial climate of Connecticut and haven't been for years. This proposed project is simply not prudent or sound planning at this time. In this current economic climate, the town of Farmington simply cannot afford to take on such a risky and heavy burden that will saddle us with debt for the next 20 years. Let me say that again. The town of Farmington simply cannot afford to take on a $150 to $185 million debt burden that will saddle us for the next 20 years. Let me put that into a little perspective. 20 years ago was 1997. The Y2K bug and the celebration of the millennium, that was still 3 years away. It sure seems like a lifetime ago now. The iPhone was still 10 years in the future. 1997. Bill Clinton had just started his second term. Full House had just gone off the air. And no students attending Farmington Public Schools had even been born yet. 1997. Now, fast forward today, 20 years later, and really stop and think about how long 20 years really is. And just imagine for a moment that we add $150 million to our debt to span over these next 20 years. Ask yourself, what does this mean for these 6 other schools in our district? What does this mean for the programs and curriculums of these schools, including the high school? What does this mean for our firehouses and our fire companies, our police department, our programs, our open space, Tunxus Mead, the public library, the community center, Unionville Center, our spending power, our grand list, the desirability to move a business to Farmington, our beautiful town overall? Ask yourself these questions. What does it mean for them for the next 20 years? Might I remind you that just 2 short years ago, we took on an unprecedented amount of debt, $50 million, to upgrade our Water Pollution Control Authority facility, more affectionately known as the sewer plant, which we have just now started to make the first payments on. This was by far the largest debt expenditure this town has seen in our nearly 400-year storied history. We recently took on the largest debt expenditure in our nearly 400-year history, and now just 2 short years later, we want to quadruple that debt. With interest, this will be more than $250 million of debt taken on in just 2 short years. The interest alone on this project nearly equals the amount of the bond of the sewer project. The interest alone, $250 million of debt. This can't be the solution. Now, I understand needing to replace our high school if there were constant reports of failing students, dropout rates rising, college enrollment and engagement declining, doom and gloom for the students of Farmington, Connecticut because of their rundown old facility up there on the hill. I could understand that. However, we don't hear those reports. In fact, we hear quite the contrary. We hear over and over and over again, I moved to the town of Farmington because of its superb education system. In fact, I've said it myself in this very seat, and I've heard it come out of the mouths of just about every council member sitting up here today, sitting up here 4 years ago, 8 years ago, the boards of education of today and yesterday, as well as in a stream of public comment. In fact, I've even seen it in print. Just a few weeks ago, U.S. News announced that Farmington High School ranked number 8 in Connecticut, number 495 in the national rankings, and earned a gold medal. Gold medals seem pretty good to me. And according to Newsweek magazine in 2016, Farmington High School ranked number 286 in the country. These are all stats that have even made it into public presentations year after year. A quick Google search says that there are 26,407 public high schools in the country. We're number 286. I'd say we're doing okay. Debt, AAA rating, borrowing power, mill rates. What terrifies me the most about this proposal is what it will mean for our debt service, which in turn will affect our Moody's AAA rating, and thereby affecting our borrowing power and the interest that we pay on our borrowing, ultimately resulting in higher mill rates and higher taxes for everything else that we do. A downward spiral of unintended consequences for the next 20 years. We currently hold a AAA rating through Moody's. What I have here is the September 9th, 2016 credit opinion issued through Moody's Investor Service for the town of Farmington. And a couple of things stick out to me on this report. Credit strengths. Stable financial position guided by the sound formal policies. So ask yourself, are we following these sound formal policies with this proposal? Sizable tax base located 10 miles from West Hartford. That's still good. Manageable long-term fixed costs. How manageable will they remain under this proposal? Point number 2, credit challenges. Higher debt levels in connection with this financing. Read sewer plant. Now we're proposing to quadruple this debt level. Below average reserve levels for the rating category. Will we need to tap these reserves even more when saddled with debt for the next 20 years? And also, this fund balance percent will drop naturally due to the higher debt. It's lose-lose. And point number 3, factors that could lead to a downgrade. Decline in reserves and increased debt levels above those forecasted, leading to a loss of financial flexibility. It's right here in print, and it terrifies me. As a member of the town council, we have been elected to fill a seat on our town's fiduciary board. We, the town council, are the chief fiduciary body of this town, and we, the town council, are ultimately responsible for making sound financial decisions and moving responsible solutions to the public for a vote. The public entrusts us with this duty. They entrust that we are not tone deaf to the economic environment around us. It is us that understands what a AAA bond rating means and the consequences that come with a downgrade. It is us that understands what debt service is and the percentage that we should be at. It is us, the chief fiduciary body, who understands what our fund balance is and the level that it should remain at. It is us who understands the consequences that come with over-borrowing. It is us, the town council, that understands that $109 million really means $150 million after 20 years of interest, or that $135 million really means $184 million after 20 years of interest. Real numbers, real money, and real debt that must be paid off by our town people. We sit through the audit reports year after year. We sit through the thousands of line items in the budget every year. We sit through executive sessions every month. We have the full understanding and the full picture. It is us, the town council, the chief fiduciary body of this town, who is responsible to make sound decisions. It is not responsible of us to put this proposal to the public without them being fully informed of all the costs, all the liabilities, all the unintended consequences, and the potential pitfalls that may come from this. So in closing, as the chief fiduciary body responsible for the financial well-being of the town of Farmington, I believe it is our obligation, no, it is our responsibility to vote no tonight and request that the Farmington High School Building Committee go back to the drawing board and bring back a reasonable plan of renovation that we can afford. The town of Farmington is in no position to be saddled with this much debt during this economic climate for the next 20 years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Okay. All those in favor of the resolution E3, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
What?
Remind you to sign the warning.
Abstentions? Okay. It's moved forward. 2 TPZ and 2 with the resolution.
No executive session.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Oh, wait, Bill.
Oh, I'm
Bill.
sorry, Bill.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Just want to have one last opportunity here. The members of the building committee. Dan Kleiman's here, Jean Barron, Justin Bernier, Michelle Hamilton. I thought I saw Johnny Carrier out there somewhere. He was here. And also Hillary Donnell on the committee. Done the work. Pam Fisher's kept track of us. I don't know if she's done that, but I appreciate their work on this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?